Welcome to Yerba Talks.
Welcome to another video review. I am Max. This is Kat. And today we are reviewing a debate between this guy called Jonathan Sheffield and Barter. No. No. Stop it. Sorry, the freaking feline is here. Okay. No bite. No bite. No bite. No. I'm wearing pants now, so it hurts a little bit less. All right. Get out of here, you damn dog. Cat. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Epa. Okay, before we do anything, make sure to do the social thing is like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and you subscribe to Share Romantic Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. All right. This is a very interesting debate, and you will see why very soon. As soon as it's, well, in the first opening, you will see why this was very interesting to me. Okay. There we go. Let's delete that. All right, here we go.
Well, gentlemen, so good to have you both back for round 2 of our debates on this channel.
Well, Provi says, I've got a pair of Kevlar lined motorcycle jeans. Sounds like you need them. That would be, yes. I'll buy a pair of those.
Thanks for having me. Excellent. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and do our introductions. Our first panelist is Dr. Bart Ehrman. Dr. Ehrman is a James A. Gray Distinguished Professor of Religious Studies at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where he has taught since 1988, recognized internationally for his scholarship on the New Testament and early Christianity. Dr. Ehrman has written or edited 33 books, including 6 New York Times bestsellers. His college-level textbook, The New Testament, Historical Introduction to the Early Christian Writings, has remained the best-selling text in the field for more than 25 years. His scholarly work has been published by Oxford, Harvard, Yale, and other premier academic presses. And his books have been translated into 27 languages, reaching millions of readers worldwide.
Sorry.
Writes for charitable homelessness, available on Cool Scots. The historicity of the resurrection from an Anglican perspective. We have Jonathan Sheffield, known as the Anglican autodidact. Jonathan Sheffield hails from Brooklyn, New York, and was born and raised in an Anglican communion home as a member of the Episcopal Church. He is a veteran of the armed forces, having served 4 years in the United States Air Force. While Jonathan holds an MBA and an undergraduate degree with coursework in computer science, accounting, and statistics, he is an autodidact in church history and a Christian apologetics. Since 2016, he has participated in many notable debates, advocating his thesis on the reliability and historicity of the Bible, including engaging men like Rabbi Tovia Singer, also Dr. Bart Ehrman, Dr. Mark Goodacre, also one of Dr. Ehrman's good friends, Dr. Robin Faith Walsh, Dr. Richard Carrier, Dr. Josh Bowen, and other PhDs in their field of expertise.
If this debate is anything to go by on this guy, Jonathan, and how he debates, he probably absolutely fumbled all of those debates.
All right, gentlemen and audience, here's the format. Each will start with a 25-minute opening. Jonathan will go first. Dr. Ehrman will go second. I will notify them with a 10-minute or with a 2-minute warning as they approach that 25-minute, just to kind of signal them. And then after each gives their introduction, there will be a 10-minute rebuttal by each person. That'll be Jonathan first. Dr. Ehrman will be second. Then there's going to be 2 separate rounds of cross-examination. That'll be about 10 to 12 minutes of each panelist engaging and examining the other. And that'll be Jonathan, Dr. Ehrman, Jonathan, Dr. Ehrman, in that order.
Robin, yes, she's so good. She's super smart.
And then there's not going to be a closing. Rather, we're going to leave the last 20 or 25 minutes open for questions from the audience. Now, just a word about that really quickly for those in the audience.
No one cares. Get on with it.
To do that, keeping track of that as well. Stage, I'm going to bring up your notes.
All right, here we go.
In the works of the Greek biographer Plutarch and the Roman historian Livy, we find the story of the legendary founder and first king of Rome.
Hold on. Counter. One sec. I forgot to set this up. No, not that year. Jonathan says dumb. And I'm going to start with a ding right off the bat for not using the presenter mode on PowerPoint, because that is just asinine. So there we go. Perfect.
Romulus. Allegedly, Romulus was convening an assembly outside the city when a sudden and violent thunderstorm erupted. The storm surrounded the king in such a dense cloud that he became completely invisible to the assembly. From that hour, Romulus was no longer seen on Earth. As the storm ceased and the sun broke out, the crowd assembled only to find the throne deserted, prompting an inquiry about their king. The senators who had been standing close to Romulus did not allow the assembly to investigate or concern itself with the matter. Instead, they ordered them to honor and worship Romulus as a god, citing that a whirlwind had carried him up to heaven. After a few took the initiative, many declared Romulus a god, the son of a god and father of Rome. However, some questioned the matter with a bitter and hostile spirit, accusing the senators of opposing a silly tale on the people and of being the murderers of the kings themselves. Thereafter, a patrician even asserted before the Romans.
I mean, one would have thought that opening would go to someone on the opposing side. So that's another thing that you get, Jonathan. And I swear to God, you will see how bad this shit gets. I swear. I've never seen anything like this. Not even Nadir could make this argument that we're going to see today. And that this is why I actually chose to review this.
Senate, that he encountered the ascended Romulus, who descended from the sky and approached him, stating, "Go and inform the Romans that it is the will of heaven that my Rome shall be capital of the world." After uttering these words, Romulus departed upward. However, according to Cicero, Livy, and Plutarch, the account was fabricated by the patrician to exonerate the senators and to alleviate public mourning. Plutarch even likes this account to the Greek fables about Aristeas, a figure also recorded by Herodotus, who allegedly...
He keeps self-phoning himself. Yes, there's like literal hundreds of stories of people resurrecting. That undermines your whole argument, you absolute dumbass.
appeared after his death and made remarkable appearances. Accordingly, Aristeas entered a fuller's shop and died there. The fuller then closed his shop and informed his king.
I can't, like, look. He's staying. Wait. Hold on. Look. Oh. Oh. No, don't kiss me. I don't like that. Dragon sword. When we say Jesus Christ, our teacher, was crucified, died, rose again, and ascended into heaven, we propose nothing different from what you believe regarding those whom you considered sons of Zeus. Ah, why? We were having a moment. What? Motherfucker. No, stop. Dude, you had like a minute of illumination and now you need to calm down. There we go. Stay. Cat. Jesus. Ah! Oh. Fuck. No. Chill. Relax. Look, people are telling me to lock you in the closet. Okay? So calm down. All right. Why are you losing so much hair? Okay, wait. I'm about to be attacked again. I told you. Sorry. Okay, we're chilling. We're cool? Yes? Okay.
Kingsman. Word spread that Aristeas has died, but some travelers denied this, claiming that they had met him on his way to Croton that very same day. Meanwhile, the relatives of the deceased went into the fuller's shop. However, when the shop was open, Aristeas was not there, dead or alive.
Oh, Sig. Now, I've seen people do the squirt bottle thing. I am strongly against it.
7 years later, he allegedly appeared briefly before vanishing. The insights gained from these narratives brings me to my first point in the debate. The ancient world was undoubtedly familiar with the works of Herodotus, Livy, and Plutarch, let alone Bel and the Dragon and Lucian's The False Prophet, which establishes knowledge in the ancient world about how similar supernatural claims to those of Jesus, such as Romulus, Aristeas, Bel, and the snake god Glycon, could be easily explained away by the historians in a naturalistic manner. Accordingly, miracles and claims of the supernatural can be investigated by historians and subjected to falsification. Although the general populace tended to be credulous, the educated elite was not, as they were well versed in pre-Socratic philosophy, which transitioned from mythological explanations to rational, naturalistic, and law-like explanations of the physical universe. Furthermore, Plutarch devoted considerable efforts to providing naturalistic explanations for the widespread cultural phenomenon in antiquity, in which mortal beings vanish bodily, ascend to the heavens, and become gods. While Plutarch attempts to provide counter-narratives to the resurrection accounts of Romulus, Aristeas, and others hundreds of years after the so-called events, the one name curiously absent from his record is Jesus, which leads to my second point. If the resurrection of Jesus was merely a hoax,
I don't know if your headphones are stopping it. Yeah, I know he's been meowing. He wants to go outside. But I let him outside the other day and he came back. I think he was fighting with some other cats and he came back a little bit scratched and has a little patch of hair missing and so on. So I decided I'm not going to let him out anymore. So yeah, I'd rather not do that. But yeah, that's why he's so pissed. He's like, because he wants to get out, and he scratches at there's an aluminum door, and he scratches at the aluminum door. It's. He has no balls. So
Demonstrated by the Galileans, it appears strange, given the numerous challenges from those in the best position to inspect the evidence, that there isn't a single credible record or tome from the Roman Empire, Sanhedrin, Herods, or the educated classes of Jews, Greeks, or Syrians offering a naturalistic explanation for the events that transpired.
that is just an asinine take, because why would you hinge your argument on there not being a naturalistic explanation? You know what the naturalistic explanation is? Jesus died on the cross. They let him on the cross so that he would rot, and that carrion animals like crows and so on would eat him. And then they took the body down and threw it on a common pit with the other criminals that were executed that day and the days before and after. That's the naturalistic explanation, because that's what the Romans did. This is a silly argument.
In Judea. The silence of a credible counter-narrative to Jesus and the resurrection in the surviving records is as significant as the silence was for Sherlock Holmes in the case of the dog that did not bark, establishing in legal terms a negative fact. Thus, the absence of those expected facts provides positive evidence supporting the validity of Jesus' resurrection.
No! That's not how that works! Have you ever heard of the argument from silence? That is another asinine take.
Consider the following. One of the earliest polemics by the Jews against Jesus and the resurrection is recorded in the Gospel of Matthew. Justin Martyr, Tertullian, and the Toledoth Jesu, which accuses the disciples of being suspects in a capital crime of grave robbery, an obvious advantage their enemies would not fail to exploit. Yet in the many legal settings and acts where the disciples are interrogated before the Jewish and Roman authorities, they are never suspected of or questioned about grave robbery, thus undermining the theory's credibility. Lucian, in The False Prophet, exposed the naturalistic techniques Alexander used to deceive the public into endorsing the deity Glycon. Despite ridiculing Christians as gullible for worshiping a crucified sage, Lucian did not produce a comparable treatise in antiquity about Jesus and the resurrection. Consequently, neither did Celsus, Porphyry, Julian, nor the legal authorities of the Talmud, all of whom accused Jesus of engaging in the magical arts and or sorcery with the intent of defrauding the public. It is also noteworthy that Tacitus, Pliny, and Suetonius, who specifically reference what they regarded as a destructive superstition among the Christians, statements consistent with the resurrection of Jesus, did not produce a historiography that falsified the resurrection. Likewise, Josephus' biographies.
Oh, for fuck's sake, you can't appeal. Josephus is disputed. It's like a sentence, and the argument for Josephus's works being heavily interpolated by the Christians after the fact is quite compelling. So another Dragon Sword. Matthew talks about a zombie march seen by everyone, but no one thought to mention that either, except Matthew, who obviously wasn't even there at the time. Yes, one would think that when Jesus resurrected and you get the zombie march of the dead people, that someone would have recorded it at some point. Like, oh, yeah, we killed this guy, and then people started rising from the graves.
Provide insights into early Christianity and an account of Jesus' brother James. Nonetheless, no work refuting a resurrection hope, even though such a tome would have served Josephus well at the court of the Flavian emperors. Paul even argued his case regarding the resurrection of Jesus before Caesar's lieutenants, Festus and Agrippa, giving them an opportunity in their official capacity to falsify the narrative. However, no credible counter-narrative was offered in response to Paul's claims. In short, the dog that did not bark. In the absence of a credible counter-narrative to Jesus' resurrection, it is natural that the educated elite of the ancient world in its campaign against Christianity, namely Celsus, Porphyry, and Julian, would focus on undermining the credibility of the witnesses to the alleged resurrection. Accordingly, they argued that the post-resurrection appearances of the women at the tomb, the disciples, and their followers were likely the result of hysteria, sorcery, or grief-induced hallucination.
Yeah, or people were making shit up.
Furthermore, they attacked what they framed as contradictory statements in the gospel. Dr. Ehrman also shares this view, asserting that the resurrection accounts in the gospels are far too contradictory to be considered reliable historical sources.
I'm sorry, is he doing Bart Ehrman's presentation for him? Like, what the fuck is all of this? This is the worst way to present a case.
Nevertheless, their arguments are inconsequential. No one is obligated to believe the women, the disciples, the statements in the Gospels, Paul, or the 500 witnesses in Corinthians, given that the account of Jesus is...
The first accounts, they all contradict each other. And then Paul just says that there were 500 witnesses. We don't even have like a quote, a hearsay quote of any of those 500 people, you moron.
Resurrection provides falsifiable criteria that can be properly investigated and covered, constituting our third point in the debate. All that is required to falsify the resurrection of Jesus is either one, produce in legal terms the corpus delicti, that is the body of the crime perpetrated by the Galileans.
How are we going to get a body 2,000 years after? So that's a failed criteria right there.
In a manner similar to how Rome achieved these ends against another religious cult, Bacchus, in 188 BC, by uncovering evidence of widespread criminal acts through informant testimony, resulting in mass arrests and the execution of cult members. 2, provide a credible tome from the ancient world that offers a naturalistic explanation of the events, like Lucian's treatise on the false prophet, which could be published against the Christians and spread throughout the empire. Or 3, uncover the true identities of the gospel authors.
Yes, Rob. That's the first thing that Bart says. It's an inventive. I've never heard it before, but it's so silly. It's absolutely silly. What else can he do when he's got no evidence outside of the mythology in the New Testament? Just be honest and say, I take this on faith, and not try to make like a historical argument based on the fact that no one wrote against it or tried to explain it in a naturalistic way, which is not necessary. So one of his requirements is already gone. It's like, oh, produce the corpse. Like, yeah, how the fuck? You Christians don't even know where the fucking tomb is.
Assuming they were not the disciples of Jesus, and exposed their myth, regardless of the publication date, comparable to the case reported by Tertullian in Asia Minor of a presbyter who was identified and deposed for composing a fictional text in the name of Paul. Remember, Paul advanced this argument during his hearing before Festus, the prefect of Judea, and Agrippa, the king of Galilee, in which he defended the resurrection of Jesus, explicitly stating that the king knoweth of these things, before whom I also speak freely. For I am persuaded that none of these things are hidden from him, for this thing was not done in a corner. Simply put, the resurrection of Jesus constitutes a historical and falsifiable event. Festus and Agrippa were well aware of the events that transpired in their respective jurisdictions, and could have easily refuted Paul's claim if the resurrection of Jesus were indeed a hoax, which would have been published against the Christians and spread throughout the empire. The basis for this conclusion is not speculation, but the fact that Eusebius records in his history that forged memoranda of Pilate and Jesus were published under Emperor Maximianus around 311 AD, and sent to every district under his command with written instructions that they should be publicly posted for the view of all, in every place, both in country and city, and that the schoolmasters should give them to their scholars to study. This reveals not only the empire's desire to challenge the alleged resurrection of Jesus, but also the methods by which it could be convincingly falsified. Were Festus and Agrippa...
Rob, I appreciate like your honesty. The problem with that is I have no problem with you believing that. The problem would be if you would come up to a debate and make this argument against me, I would just destroy you because that is a gigantic circle. Will you believe that Jesus resurrected because he did? It's like, okay, I am Jesus resurrected. Now, I am Jesus. So, I mean, where can we go from there? It's not I understand the faith position, and I don't have a problem when you say I have faith that Jesus died and resurrected for our sins, but that's fine. It's when you try to do this nonsense that Jonathan is doing that I have a very, like, I don't like bad arguments for whatever the case that may be.
Unable to exercise to falsify the Christian narrative that was evident in the mind of Maximinius? By no means.
Yeah, the H stands for I can't say.
Furthermore, by implementing this course of action, the empire revealed its hand in a manner that materially strengthens our case for the resurrection. The act of forging Pilate's memoranda explicitly suggests that an original imperial record existed, containing credible intelligence about the events in Judea. It is worth noting that Christians had long petitioned the empire to release the official acts of Pilate. Therefore, as emperor, why would Maximinius need to publish a forged memorandum from Pilate when he had access to the official empire's records in Caesarea? The evidence suggests he had something to hide. We have on record two ancient witnesses, Justin and Tertullian, who not only affirm that Pilate's acts existed, but also provide testimony about their contents, which corroborates the principal assertions of the gospel, thereby furnishing our case with a body of testimony from an objective and impartial source. Justin Martyr in 150 AD published his defense of Christianity to the Emperor Antonius in the Roman Senate.
Why would we care about what some dude wrote 150 years or 120 years? Right? Because if he wrote it on 150 AD, let's grant that Jesus was born on the year 0. Then he lived till 33, then died, so it's 120. Like, how? That's invalid. Who cares what some dude said 120 years?
In that defense, he cites prophecies concerning Jesus, his life, death, and resurrection, and refers
If he cites the prophecies, he's discounted because they're all wrong. They're all incorrect. They're all not about Jesus. They're all just loosely taken, like quotations, and ignore the original context and then apply to Jesus. They all fail. Jesus, the only prophecy he fulfilled was, I think it's in Deuteronomy 20-something, about being a false prophet.
Times into that same work to the acts recorded under Pontius Pilate, attesting all these events took place, as you can verify from the Acts of Pilate. Tertullian addressed the Roman magistrates in his apology to affirm the divinity of Jesus, highlighting his miracles and resurrection. He referred twice to a report submitted by Pilate to Tiberius that confirmed these events and openly challenged the Roman authorities to consult their histories on the matter. Although these reports aren't conclusive, we will present a comprehensive collection of circumstantial evidence to establish a set of substantial facts from one which can logically infer and corroborate the reports in question.
No, you can't do. I'm going to ding you for attempting to do that, and I'm going to ding you when you fail at it.
Thereby affirming the resurrection of Jesus. First, let's establish the type of records produced by the empire relevant to our case and their accessibility to future administrations and the public for inspection. Regarding Pilate's act, Cicero confirms that the prefect of Judea was required to deposit 2 copies of his account in the 2 principal cities of his province and place 1 in the treasury. For context,
I'm unconvinced atheism is true. That's not how that works. Atheism is just, we don't believe your silly God claims. That's all of it. Atheism is true by default. Since you can't prove that any God has ever existed, and you especially cannot prove your God, then yeah, atheism wins every time since the dawn of time.
The trial, sentence, and crucifixion of Jesus were official acts of Pilate in his administration of Roman authority, and the law was imperative regarding Pilate's duty to report.
This is important. The Hebrew Aramaic version of the name Jesus was as popular and common as Sam, Dave, or Joe are today. There's at least 75 Jesus-I ossuary coffins from about the time of the biblical Jesus. Yes. Juan says, I'm unconvinced that they are unconvinced.
Especially charges against one who had disturbed the peace and was guilty of treason against the throne. Remember, Julius Caesar's first enactment was.
Oh, love, do you want to talk about it? I'll give you the link and you can join, and I can show you how you're wrong. What do they say? How? It's the same having a cognitive state of being unconvinced about anything. Yeah, but the thing is that you have a category error, because atheism is not something that you are convinced of. Atheism, the position is, I don't believe your silly God claims. That's it.
That the proceedings of both the Senate and the people should be compiled and disseminated daily for public consumption. Tacitus and Suetonius used these acta as sources for their histories of Rome's early emperors. Given their respective backgrounds, Tertullian's legal and imperial connection, and Justin's residence in Rome, they were well positioned to access the official documents cited in their works. Secondly,
Oh, don't you love it when dummies want to pretend to sound smart? Proof is only used in logic and math. So another category error. Oh boy. Hey, do you want the link? Do you want to come derp out? I'll be more than happy to talk to you. Yes, you did make a claim. A very silly one, which contained a category error. And then you double down, making another category error right here.
Tertullian's assertion that Pilate reported to Tiberius the account of Jesus and the resurrection is entirely consistent with the evidence. According to Eusebius, under an ancient custom observed among provincial governors, it was obligatory to report to the emperor any novel events to ensure that nothing was concealed from the emperor. As an example of such reporting is Pliny the Younger's correspondence to Emperor Trajan. For context,
no, agnostic. What? Let's break it down to the simplest. You have theist. I believe a God exists. Agnostic. I can't know if God exists or not. And then you have atheist. God does not exist. You also have some interactions within. You can be like an agnostic atheist, or an agnostic like theist, if you're like honest. So there are some interactions. And then you have like strong atheist and hard atheist. I'm sorry, weak atheist and hard atheist. Like weak atheist says, I don't believe your God claims. And I am like a strong atheist, and I say, no God or gods has ever existed. I make the positive claim that no God exists, and I think I can justify it. But yeah, it's a good question. I don't mind good questions. Like if you honestly ask a question, I will answer. I kind of have a problem with people that derp out. One. Is that unconvinced state evident? Oh, you are a treasure. Hold on. Here, dummy. Click that link. Come derp out with me.
it was the increasing popularity of Christianity, which Pliny regarded as a contagious superstition spreading throughout the province, that necessitated a report to Trajan as a matter requiring the emperor's immediate attention. Given the volatile post-resurrection climate, reports circulating about the alleged resurrection of Jesus, and the climate of fear in Tiberius's administration, following Sergianus's execution, Pilate would not risk concealing the event from Tiberius. To prevent accusations of failing to manage the crisis and to control the narrative, Pilate would have issued a report to Tiberius justifying his actions. Lastly, what would have compelled Pilate or Herod to investigate and gather intelligence on Jesus, the disciples, and the veracity of the alleged resurrection? Simply put, why would Pilate, Herod, or the empire have even cared? For the same reason Pilate was concerned about a Samaritan prophet who had assembled a multitude to ascend Mount Gerizim in search of sacred artifacts, and about Galilean worshippers offering sacrifices in the temple, because Pilate perceived the gatherings as a rebellious uprising rather than a religious exercise. More importantly, Pilate would be especially concerned about how Tiberius would interpret his handling of the situation surrounding Jesus. Having been severely reprimanded by Tiberius for his mismanagement of the Gilded Shields incident, Pilate could not afford another crisis.
Like, dude, you're supposed to be arguing the resurrection. Why are you talking about 300 AD Roman history? By that time, Christianity had already spread. And by that time, the investigation of what happened 300 years before was impossible to do.
Pilate's mindset is no different than that of Antipas. Josephus records that Antipas...
Unconvinced, belief, non-belief, etc. are all cognitive states. Yeah, they're all brain states. But we don't care about that really, because pretty much everything can reduce to some kind of brain state. What we do is that, does your claim that a God exists match reality? And the answer, sorry to tell you, is no. If you're a Christian, we can disprove that your religion is true. Just, my Bible is put away. But we can read the Bible and show you how the Bible is just false. And then at the most, what you would have is a theistic, like a general argument for a general God, not your specific God. And we can also analyze and refute that too.
Imprisoned and executed John the Baptist to prevent an uprising. Understandably, Antipas would not risk being blamed and deposed for a messianic uprising as his brother was. Remember that the Pharisees explicitly warned Jesus that Herod sought to kill him. They accused Jesus of stirring up the people and perverting the nation, and sent spies to monitor him in Jerusalem, indicating that Jesus' influence over the people could lead to rebellion. Furthermore, Eusebius even reports that after the final overthrow of Jerusalem, Vespasian ordered a thorough search of all who claimed descent from the house of David to eliminate any hope of restoring the royal house of the Messiah, as the empire was highly concerned about insurrection. This demonstrates the perceived threats that the Roman emperor and his lieutenants would associate with a movement like that of Jesus and his disciples. Moreover, in the aftermath of Jesus' crucifixion, the propagation of a resurrection claim...
Dumbass, no. Your cognitive state is not evidence of anything. You can be there are people that are convinced that Vishnu is real. That's not how evidence works, you absolute motherfucking retard. It's not, the evidence is evidence. You have no idea how words work. And also, let me remind you that you haven't clicked the link that is pinned right there to the top of the side chat. So you're starting to get into pussyfuck territory. And we don't like pussies here. We like men and women with their gonads in the right place, big and brassy.
If fraudulent, would be perceived by Pilate and the empire as a provocation to insurrection.
Yes, you have a void in your brain. Yes. A void that was generated from years of mental abuse by believing stupid fantasy fairy tales.
Necessitating swift repressive action to prevent civil unrest. According to Dr. Richard Carrier, if the tomb was empty...
I do care about evidence. That's pretty much the only thing I actually care about. Like, for example, the evidence that you're a gigantic gaping pussy is right there in the fact that you're continuing to derp out in the chat and not clicking that link.
And Christ's followers reported that he continued preaching to them and remained at
oh my, wait, hold up. I got distracted with the derp link in the chat. I'm sorry, did you guys just notice that?
Necessitating swift repressive action to prevent civil unrest. According to Dr. Richard Carrier.
I'm sorry, according to whom? Hold on, let me. Okay. Let me go here. Jonathan, according to who? To Dr. Richard Carrier, the guy that thinks that Jesus didn't exist, that Jesus is just a literary character, that is just a myth. You are appealing to a mythicist. Whatever Richard Carrier says about Jesus, it starts by saying Jesus did not even exist. So, Jonathan, you just lost the debate there. Just gone. Bart Ehrman could just shut up and say you appeal to Carrier, and that's it. So that will get you, I don't know, how many? 50? 50 dings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I think 50 dings is fair. Because that is the most asinine argument that I have ever heard in my whole fucking life. You cannot appeal to Richard Carrier. He doesn't think that Jesus was a dude. He thinks that Jesus is just a character in a book. You absolute moron.
If the tomb was empty and Christ's followers reported that he continued preaching to them and remained at large, Pilate would be compelled to assume an escape had occurred and would have to haul every Christian in and interrogate every possible witness in a
Wrong. Carrier says that these are all just stories, you moron.
Massive manhunt for what could only be, to his mind, an escaped convict, who was not only guilty of treason against Rome for claiming to be God and king, as all the Gospels allege, but now also guilty of escaping justice and continuing to lead a rebellion. And the Sanhedrin would feel the equally compelling need to finish what they had evidently failed to accomplish the first time, finding and bringing Jesus to justice. As Dr. Carrier correctly...
You could, Carrier doesn't think that Jesus existed, you dumbass. How do we let him know this? Dude, yes. Carrier starts by saying Jesus didn't exist. So whatever argument you make afterwards, you're just factually incorrect, Johnny.
Observes, none of this occurs. However, the pertinent question remains.
Oh, no, Melissa, go fuck yourself. Melissa, when you grow either a pair of balls or a pair of ovaries, and you dare to click that motherfucking link instead of just derping out, pasting random verses from fucking Paul. Why should I care what Paul said? Paul contradicts Yahweh. Paul contradicts Jesus. Paul was a motherfucking heretic that was riding a horse, hit his head, and had a near-death hallucination, and then became a Christian all of a sudden. No one cares what Paul said. I mean, I don't even care what Jesus or God says in the Bible, but Paul, specifically Paul, yeah, fuck that guy.
Doesn't it occur? Considering 50 days after the purported resurrection of Jesus, Acts reports that the disciples mobilized the movement and spread the resurrection narrative among the masses in Jerusalem, swelling its ranks by 3,000 on Pentecost, thereby setting the stage for a rapid, widespread expansion. As Paul noted, the early church's leadership was anchored in Jerusalem, with the apostles directing operations from there. And central to early Christians' proclamation was the empty tomb. The consistent, multifaceted documentary evidence spanning Christian, Gnostic, Jewish, Greek, Syrian, and Roman sources supports the empty tomb. And there is no documentary...
Oh my God, dude! You probably can't read this, but he has Matthew, Mark,
Syrian and
Gospel of Peter, which is like a Gnostic apocryphal source, Luke, Paul in Corinthians, John, and then Matthew, Justin Martyr, Tertullian, Toledo, Yeshu, no idea who that is, Celsus via Origin, Porphyry. And I mean, all of these are biased. And then it says Satyr, I don't know what, the Tales of Ephesian Widow, Nazareth Inscription, and then Julian the Apostate. Very flimsy evidence.
Roman sources supports the empty tomb, and there is no documentary evidence to the contrary. While I acknowledge Dr. Ehrman's challenge to the traditional burial narrative, his portrayal of Pilate and the Roman policy in Judea is undermined by two major oversights. Firstly, Ehrman fails to incorporate the critical shift in imperial policy towards the Jews that followed the execution of Sejanus in 31 AD. Sejanus was not only extremely hostile to the Jews, but also spread several false accusations against them. Following Sejanus' execution, Tiberius sent an executive order to all provincial governors to cease harassing the Jews, but instead comfort them and respect their ancestral customs, treating their local laws as a mandated trust committed to their care to ensure their commitment to peace and stability in the provinces. Furthermore, in the wake of the Gilded Shield protests, Tiberius established a clear precedent for Pilate post Sejanus' fall by explicitly forbidding the violation of Jewish national customs and laws as recorded by
Pable, Friday, we're doing the stream with Icy Spin, the Sun stream. I'm thinking I'm going to Buceo, La Rambla. If you want, we can meet there and then we can go get those panchos that I owe you. I need to message Ricardo. But I think that would be a pretty dope thing. We can hang out during the stream and then we can go out for those panchos.
Philo. Tiberius was incensed by Pilate's audacious brief for Jewish religious law. The emperor issued a sharp rebuke demanding the immediate removal of the shields. Consequently, to appease local Jewish law and secure his standing with the emperor, Pilate began to show greater deference to Jewish traditions, fearing that another embassy to Rome might jeopardize his position or lead to his execution.
1 second. Sunset times. Okay, sunset will be at 6:56 p.m. So I'm guessing I will start the stream around 6. And then Icy Spin's sunset is at 10 to 8. So if you arrive anytime within that window, we'll be there.
This directly explains Pilate's change of heart and actions during Jesus' trial, where he yielded to the Jewish leaders' blackmail. If you let this man go, you are not Jesus' friend. All in all, this is the Big Bang of Christianity, ignited by the singularity of the resurrection, which Tacitus describes as the outbreak of destructive superstition originating in Judea and then spreading to Rome. This establishes that the factual circumstances on the ground were present, and as previously stated, Tiberius, Pilate, and Antipas maintained steadfast policies of suppressing uprisings and other civil disturbances. However, neither Pilate nor Herod took any action to arrest, imprison, or execute those involved in rallying support for a figure perceived as a rebel and threat to the state, nor did they suppress the movement operating within their jurisdictions, thereby allowing the gospel to spread. Once again, what explains this fact? Regarding this fact is best explained by the conclusion that Pilate confirmed the resurrection of Jesus, and that information.
Wait, what? No.
Was forwarded to Tiberius, a conclusion reinforced by the accounts of Justin and Tertullian. Regarding that testimony, Eusebius reports that Pontius Pilate, in accordance with the ancient custom of reporting novel occurrences to the emperor, informed Tiberius of reports circulating throughout Israel about the resurrection of Jesus from the dead. Pilate also recounted other wonders he had learned of Jesus, and how after his death he had risen from the dead and was now believed by many to be
200 Eusebius of Caesarea, 260 to 340 AD. Who cares what this motherfucker said? Why? Why should we care? It would be like someone asking someone in 500 years about my life when they didn't even know me. Like, why would we care about this?
be a god. Tiberius brought the matter before the Senate to have Jesus ranked among the gods of Rome. Although the Senate refused, Tiberius contrived no hostilities against Christians. The report holds up in several key respects. First, according to Tacitus, Tiberius allowed the Senate to weigh in on provincial petitions. Such petitions would grant Christians legal status and authorize the construction of temples for worship. Second, given Tiberius's well-documented fiscal discipline, it is highly unlikely he would pressure the Senate to authorize expenditures for Christians following their refusal. Lastly, neither Tiberius nor Pilate initiated any hostile actions against Christians. In conclusion, a cumulative.
Because they were an insignificant cult. It was Jesus and 12 dumbasses walking around. It wasn't a threat to anything. And then, but because it went unfeathered for many years, then it grew. And when we get to what the fuck is his name? Oh my god, I forgot the freaking name. But his mom was Christian. So that's why he made Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire. And then when you get that codified like that, then that's how it started like actually exploding.
Analysis of this evening's data, supported by the positive evidence in the Gospels, Acts, and Pauline's epistles.
That's not evidence. That's what makes the claim. Dumbasses. I don't understand how people see this as like, well, I don't understand how this guy would think that this is a good argument, right? Constantine, yes, thank you. Oh my, that was figuratively killing me. Yes, thank you so much.
Indicates that the physical resurrection of Jesus represents the most historically robust explanation. Not only does the evidence weigh strongly in this direction, but it also best explains the origins of Christianity, a task that the post-Enlightenment scholars.
No, it doesn't. Dude, we can see cults forming today. We can see how people get duped into believing that some other people are somehow divine or have some kind of special knowledge, or in the case, for example, of like the Helter Skelter thing with Manson, how people can be captured into doing horrific stuff. Dude, this is the silliest argument I have ever heard from any Christian ever.
Has become powerless to explain, according to Nikolai Berdyaev. And just to explain, according to Nikolai Berdyaev. And just as the law of physics do not hold at the Big Bang, evidence indicates that the resurrection of Jesus is another such singularity.
Oh, look at let's take a screenshot of that and frame the biggest special pleading fallacy I've ever heard.
Exemplifying this exception.
2 minutes.
Oh, freaking finally.
Ultimately, a historian's task in explaining the events in Judea is to follow the evidence wherever it leads.
Yeah, and it leads that Jesus was a guy that got killed, and then they threw him on the common pit with the other criminals that they killed that day.
Rigorously testing those leads and abandoning those invalidated by rebuttal evidence. However, this role does not include forcing irrational explanations or dismissing evidence.
Rob, my circular, because Jesus said, argument looking quite good compared to this guy. I swear to cow, yes.
To avoid confronting an observable black swan within the naturalistic worldview. Thank you, Dr. Ehrman, for taking time to hear my thesis. And thank you again, Dr. Stephen Boyce, for hosting this debate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan. I'm going to bring Dr. Ehrman on. I'll also bring on your slides as well, Dr. Ehrman, and you will have the same courtesy. You'll have 25 minutes. You can use all or most of that as much as you want, and I will not start the clock until you start your presentation. Oh, you might be muted. Make sure we're not muted here. Nope, still muted. Let me see if I can unmute your mic. Nope, I can't.
Here we go. Here we go.
There.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I just before I start, I just want to say that was.
Sure.
I think that was the most remarkable argument for the resurrection I've ever heard.
Wow.
I didn't understand.
He's being nice. He said remarkable when we all know he actually meant retarded.
I didn't understand.
Ooh, the man, the legend, the shifty. How you doing? Hope you're doing well.
A lot of it, so I'm looking forward to the cross-examination. Okay.
I'll say, don't say that. We might have to send Jonathan home early tonight.
I mean, yeah. Jonathan just cooked himself. Melissa, la recalcada concha de tu madre, Melissa. Melissa, I'm telling you. Stop with the random verses. Like, if you're not going to click the link, then don't say anything. You will start getting increasingly longer mutes until one day I will get fucking bored of your ass and just ban you. Because, like, I already told you, I don't give a single flying fuck what Paul said. Okay?
No. He's got some questions to ask.
I said that in Spanish because I suspect that Melissa is from the Philippines, and they kind of speak Spanish a little bit.
That's great.
I will start on your mark, Dr.
Thank you, Jeff. Boy, I've never heard that one before. Okay, good. Okay, right. So can I advance my slides? Okay. I don't see.
We can double check them before you do.
No, I cannot advance my slides. I'm not able to advance my slides.
All right, let's make sure. Let's go on to
Technical difficulties. Oh, there. When this guy goes away. There.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Stephen. And for all of you who are coming here. So this is obviously a hugely important question that is relevant in our current time, since we are in Lent just now. Was Jesus raised from the dead? Historians and their sources. I'll start with my overall position, which is that belief in the resurrection of Jesus is a matter of faith. Christians traditionally have believed that Jesus was raised from the dead. It is not, however, a matter of historical proof for reasons that I'll be explaining in a little bit. If it was a matter of proof, if you could prove it historically, then it would not be a matter of faith. It'd be a matter of proof, of knowledge. When I say that that I know who won World War II, and I know who won the last Wimbledon tennis tournament, when I know things about the past because I have very good evidence for it, I'm not saying that I believe it. Believing it is when you don't have the historical proof, as the Bible itself says. So I just think that's worth pointing out. I don't think you can prove that Jesus was raised from the dead. And if you were proving it, then it'd be a matter of historical fact, and there'd be no faith. Okay, well, that's just my opinion about that. Let me talk about how historians go about doing their work, because we're talking about something that happened in the past. And historians are the ones who try to establish what probably happened in the past. And so I think
Rob, Bart Ehrman, I mean, whether you agree or disagree with him, he has a very nice likability about him. He makes jokes, and also he's like quite a good scholar. Yeah.
I think it's important for us to bear in mind what it is that historians do if we're going to talk about whether the resurrection is historical. What historians do. Historians examine material and literary evidence about the past. Most of the past we know about from writings. That's the literary evidence. Some of the past we know about from material remains, in other words, from archaeological discoveries and such. And those are our two main ways we access the past. Historians look at everything that survives that's of some relevance. They figure out, based on what seems to be reliable evidence and less reliable evidence, and what really is no evidence at all, they add it all up and they try to figure out what probably happened. What probably happened when the Allies won the Second World War. And so you establish what most likely happened. What kind of evidence do historians look?
Oh, Shifty, making progress there. Good on you. Love that. So happy for you.
Look for when they're dealing with this material and literary? I'm going to stick with the literary, because when it comes to the resurrection of Jesus, we don't have any material evidence. Nobody recorded. If he was buried in a tomb, nobody recorded where it was. Even the early Christians didn't have any discussion of that, where it was. So we don't have any material evidence at all, but we have literary evidence. And so what kind of literary evidence do historians look for when they're trying to establish what happened in the past? Well, they want contemporary accounts that were close to the time of the event. So they want writings that were done, near the time. Preferably, they'll get lots of those kinds of things, lots of records of something that happened. These records, if the best thing is when they're independent of each other. In other words, it's not that like you have 12 sources, but 11 of them got their information from one of them, then the 12 aren't independent. You're looking for independent sources, a lot of them if possible, that are contemporary or close to contemporary to the events. You want these sources to be consistent with each other. Even though one person didn't get his account from another author, the accounts are consistent with one another, even though they're independent. And you're looking for literary evidence that's not biased toward the subject one way or the other. If you have like people who are real fans of Julius Caesar, talking about how amazing he was, and he did this amazing thing and that amazing thing, or that Vespasian the emperor did this miracle or that miracle, as he's recorded doing by eyewitnesses. If the person is saying that because they want to flatter Vespasian, well, you'd prefer there was somebody who wasn't biased saying it. Okay, so when we're dealing with the resurrection of Jesus, our only sources that are independent sources that recount the events of the resurrection are from the New Testament. You'll notice that Jonathan didn't say anything about these people he was talking about from Plutarch onward actually referring to the resurrection. He's saying they didn't refer to the resurrection.
Yes, and that was a very dumb thing to say by Jonathan. But Bart will explain it. way better than I just need to interrupt it so we don't get dinged for it. Just playing the freaking video.
Well, okay, so you have New Testament references, and you have later Christian authors who have read the New Testament references and who are basing their views on what they read in the New Testament. So what can we say about our New Testament sources? Just kind of generally about Jesus. Well, the good news is we have multiple sources. We have 4 accounts of the life of Jesus: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So that's good. I mean, those are 4 accounts of what Jesus said and did. How many accounts do we have of what other people said and did in the first century? Let alone first century Israel. I mean, how many accounts do we have of the historian Josephus by somebody else who's recounting his life, his words? None. How many do we have of Pilate? None. How many do we have of, just pick anyone. None. But with Jesus, we have 4. That's good. Sometimes they report things independently of one another. Sometimes John will have stories that are not in Matthew, Mark, or Luke. Sometimes Luke will have a story not in Matthew or Mark, etc. So sometimes they're independent. They often corroborate one another. They say things that are pretty similar.
I mean, sometimes we sell the shields, and sometimes we just give them away. You got lucky.
About Jesus, without having borrowed from one another. So that's good. So that's all good news when it comes to gospel sources about trying to know what Jesus said and did. I'll point out that one of the people that Jonathan quoted doesn't believe Jesus even existed.
Yes. And I mean, I think that there needs to be a little bit more rigor in the debates. When you make a stupid claim like that, like you're a Christian and you're appealing to Richard Carrier, that should be the end of it. Because that is the worst possible argument that you could ever possibly make. You cannot appeal as a Christian to Richard Carrier.
So the Richard Carrier that Jonathan was trying to use in order to help support his view that Jesus was raised from the dead, not only thinks...
Oh, yeah, still... Bart has debated Richard Carrier on whether Jesus existed or not. And for a time, my intuitive position was that Jesus was just a myth, right? And I held that view for a couple of years until I found that there is an actual debate with Carrier and Bart Ehrman, with Bart Ehrman and another scholar that is called Price. So yeah, it's I watched those debates and I changed my mind. It's like, oh yeah, no, these guys make a compelling story that there was probably some guy walking around saying that he was God or the Messiah or whatever. Melissa, no one cares.
Jesus is not raised from the dead. He doesn't think there was a Jesus. Okay, well, so most historians think that these sources are good enough to say, yeah, there was Jesus. We can say some things about him. That's good news. Bad news. When it comes to the Gospels as sources about what happened in the past, the Gospels are written 40 to 60 years after the events they narrated. And we don't have earlier sources for the words and deeds of Jesus, except for Paul, who reports 3 sayings of Jesus and, not much about what he did, except for the fact that he was crucified. And Paul believes he was raised from the dead. These authors who...
it's a funny thing that Melissa thinks, like, remember that after show where a Muslim came and he was just quoting verses from the Quran and they kept getting shut down one after the other? Like, Melissa, this is not compelling at all. We've mostly here, most of us, I would say, have read the book. And we don't find the book convincing. So giving us verses from the book does nothing. Especially, when you cite shit like Paul.
Wrote these Gospels were not directly connected to the events they narrate. They were not speaking Aramaic the way Jesus and his followers were. They were not from Israel as Jesus and his followers were. They were not eyewitnesses to the things they testified to. These were the authors of the Gospels writing 40 to 60 or 65 years later, were literate Greek-speaking Christians decades later living in other parts of the world. They were not followers of Jesus during his lifetime, didn't know Jesus during his lifetime, and give no indication that they knew people who were living, who were eyewitnesses to Jesus' life during his lifetime. They are decidedly biased. These gospels are called gospels. They're not called histories. They're gospels. Gospels means proclamations of good news. They're written by Christians for Christians to advocate a Christian message. So that doesn't mean they're wrong, but you have to take into account what somebody's biases are. They're written in different parts of the world. They are often dependent on each other. When it comes to the resurrection narratives, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, these are not three separate sources. Matthew and Luke are getting their accounts from Mark. They change it in places, but they're word for word the same in places. And that only happens with some kind of copying practice going on, as every critical scholar recognizes and agrees to. John may have...
Damn, Bart. Okay, like he could have dropped the mic right there, but he's going to thoroughly finish him.
Use the synoptics. Matthew, Mark, and Luke may not have. I think probably not, but he's heard similar stories.
Yeah, no, Rob, this guy seriously knows his stuff. Like, just so you get an idea, he is an atheist professor in a Christian, like in Chapel Hill in the religious studies department. Like, he has tenure there and he's an atheist. So like, he's really good at this. I thoroughly enjoy Bart and his personality. He's like super charming and so on. So yeah, like it's the whole package.
Certainly, even though they're told very differently. Frequently, these four accounts are strictly at odds with each other, like completely at odds with each other. The accounts that we find in the Gospels are based on oral reports that have been in circulation for all those decades. Most people could not read. Very few people could write. Almost nobody in rural Galilee was able to compose a narrative. We don't know of anybody, actually, from the first century who came from rural Galilee, like Jesus and his disciples, who could write anything, who could write a narrative. Don't know of anybody like that. Certainly fishermen weren't trained to write. No, there were not schools in rural Galilee for people to learn, let alone to learn in Greek. Didn't happen. These people, what happened is that people, after Jesus' death, people said he got raised from the dead, and they started telling stories about him. And one person told another person in Jerusalem, and then probably people traveled. They went up to Galilee, they told stories there, and people of Galilee maybe traveled over to Ephesus, told stories there. People in Ephesus maybe went over to Rome, told stories there. This is going on year after year after year, people passing these stories on by word of mouth. It's just the way it was. These stories got altered in the telling and retelling. We know they got altered in the retelling because we have firm evidence of it. Indisputable evidence that the stories got changed. Well, we know they got changed in the oral tradition. If you wonder about this, if you think, well, but I heard that like in ancient times, people had these really great memories. And, because most people were illiterate, the oral tradition was completely reliable. Ain't that the case? No, it's not the case.
I love him. Like, he's so charming. But he's right. I mean, oral tradition is usually the worst. For example, take local legends in your area. We have, and I told the story before, we have a legend here about a tree that's called Timbo that has a seed that is like this, and the ball is looks like an ear, right? So you have different versions of the legend. Sometimes it's a runaway slave, sometimes it's a runaway indigenous person, and so on. And that's what you get with oral tradition. You get differences. The story, like the core, can be maintained, which the core of that story is that because they were like running away, this guy would put his ear to the ground and like he died in that position, and out of that's where the tree like sprouted. But like you can't make the claim that that's there's one story, because the details change.
So I give an extensive evaluation of that, and I explain why in my book, Jesus Before the Gospels, if you want to see. It's not going to matter much for our purposes here. The probability is that when people tell stories, you may have noticed this, stories change. You may have had stories told about you, not 30 or 40 years later, but like the next day, that simply were not true. Somebody changed something. So you have those look, they always change. But we have proof that things changed because we have differences in our Gospels about the same thing, as I'll say in a few minutes. Paul is our first witness to the resurrection of Jesus. He's the first one. He doesn't record what happened at the resurrection, but he does say that he saw.
Mark, apparently not proven as far as I know, actually knew the disciple Peter as an old man. I'd love to know if that's true. Yeah, the problem is that Mark is not the author of Mark's gospel. We don't know who the authors are of the gospel. So investigating the claim, if these people even knew any of the people that are mentioned in the stories, that's very hard to determine. And like Bart said, these are people that knew Greek in other parts of the world, kind of near, but still far. I mean, distance was greater in that time because traveling was extremely hard. So yeah, it's pretty impossible to actually know if like the anonymous author of the Gospel of Mark even knew any of those people. I would think not.
Jesus alive after his crucifixion. Let's consider the dates. The dates of the reports are, you get them, especially in 1 Corinthians and Galatians, two of Paul's letters, written probably between 55 and 60 years, 55 and 60 CE. So, sometime 25 or 30 years after Jesus' death, we have somebody who tells us that it happened. The event that Paul narrates of having seen Jesus appears to have happened maybe 3 or 4 years after Jesus' death. So if Jesus died around the year 30, there are reasons for thinking Paul converted by claiming he had seen Jesus about 3 years later. Okay. What reports does Paul give us? Well, he claims that he saw Jesus. That's the phrase he uses in the Corinthian correspondence. He says that Jesus appeared to him in Galatians and in 1 Corinthians. And so, okay, those are the reports. Things to note about Paul's reports. I mean, he doesn't give us details. I'm sorry to say. I wish he did. Oh boy. Paul is emphatic that it happened. And he says that the disciples also saw him and that other people saw him. 500 people saw him at one time. So Paul says that, but we don't have reports from those people. So I'm just talking about the reports we actually have. Paul says it happened. He says other people saw him. I should point out that Paul never met Jesus during his lifetime. He would not have known what he looked like. He does not indicate how he knew it was Jesus. He saw.
And the biggest issue with Paul is that we get different accounts of his conversion story. So like, why would anyone trust this guy? Is way beyond me.
Somebody, and he learned it was Jesus, and he believed it was Jesus. In the book of Acts, when you have the accounts of Paul's conversion in Acts, Jesus actually appears to Paul, and Paul actually has a few words with him. And so those accounts in Acts, though, in chapters 9, 22, and 26, are internally contradictory to one another at numerous points, as you can see. So you have to ask, how reliable are witnesses that contradict each other? Good question.
Yeah, good question.
Gospel reports. Most of our information about the resurrection of Jesus come from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and they agree on a number of important issues. They agree that Jesus.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Melissa, I'm about to just ban you. What part of you just mentioning silly verses from a book while completely hiding in anonymity when the link is right there? You could come and try to preach to my face. But no, you would rather be a gigantic gaping blue whale pussy than actually like have a chat. You are doing a disservice to your religion because you're looking like an absolute moron.
Jesus was crucified on a Friday. They all say that he was buried by Joseph of Arimathea. He's said in all four accounts to have been raised on the third day, on the Sunday. One or more women go to the tomb on the third day, on Sunday morning. The stone is either rolled away from the tomb when they get there, or it rolls away when they arrive. Jesus is not in the tomb. One or more men or angels are in the tomb. And the women learn that Jesus has been raised. Okay. That's what they agree on. So that part's good. Those are the stories that early Christians were telling about the resurrection of Jesus. All these points, probably. This is what people said about the resurrection, no matter whether you're in Ephesus or in Rome or in Jerusalem. This is they have these nuts and bolts about the story that they agree on.
Yeah, that's what I've been telling Melissa since the first time they came on. And it's also weird because they have Melissa as the name, but there's a dude in the picture. And as far as I know, Melissa is not the dude's name.
Probably, I guess. So we don't know if they agreed in Jerusalem and Rome because we don't have any records apart from these Gospels. But these Gospels are interesting, particularly because they can't agree with one another about the details in significant ways. Some of the differences are completely reconcilable if you work at it. Who would?
Right. The one that I like the most regarding this topic is what are Jesus's last words? Because they even differ very highly on that. And I had when I debated like King Nico. Where's Isa? No idea. Let me check my pockets. Nope. Not here. No, I don't know.
To the tomb on the third day. Well, was it one woman, Mary Magdalene, and John? Was it Mary and another Mary, as in one of the other synoptics? Was it Mary and several other women, as in another one of the synoptics? Who was it? How many women was it? Was it who went? Well, you could reconcile it all if you wanted to. Say, well, some people are talking about one Mary, and some about two Marys, and some about also Salome, and so you could reconcile that.
Wait, did he say salami?
Was Mary alone or with other women? If with other women, how many? What were their names? Well, it all depends which gospel you read. What did they see at the tomb? In one gospel, they see a man, Mark. In another, they see two men, Luke. In one, in Matthew, they see an angel. In John, they see two angels. Well, which was it? Well, if you want to reconcile it, you say, well, they saw two angels.
In Melissa's profile, it says their name is Liam V. Taborada. So my guess is his wife's account. That's so weird. Remember we had a huge derpling that was called Michelle. And we all thought that it was the guy using the wife's account. But no, it was his name was Michelle. He was such a derpling. It was absolutely hilarious. He once brought up a fictional story about some caves that were made with human tissues and bullshit like that. And I've never heard of it. I Google it. And the first thing that pops up, this is a fictional account. It was fucking insane.
And Matthew's only reporting one of them, and Luke's calling them men, and Mark's recording one of them saying he's a man. Okay, so you can reconcile that if you want.
Yes, but I know Mitchell or Michelle pronounced like that, but this guy had the name was like Michelle, like you would spell a female name. There you go. Isa's here for you. Isa, how you doing?
Not good. I had a bit of a nightmare today, but I'm here.
Oh, what happened? Everything okay? Anything we can help out with?
Well, I had my tire popped, and then I have a special kind of insurance that I paid like $4,000 for, and they didn't show up, and I had to get a different type of thing, and it's been a nightmare. It's been a real nightmare. Hopefully the car will get repaired tomorrow, but it's been bad. But I thank you for well wishes.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I could help, if you want me to call someone and yell at them, I'm very good at that.
I love that.
I swear to cow, when people get when call center people get intransigent and they don't want, I usually make calls for my mom and my dad because they're kind of nice. So I get off all my rage on them and usually get them to fix their shit.
What? There are other things that are probably not reconcilable in these accounts. Was the stone rolled away before the women got to the tomb or after? 3 of the Gospels say before. Matthew says it was not rolled away before. It rolled away after they got there. Explicitly says it. Where was the man, angel, or angels sitting or standing? Depends which gospel you read. Was it inside the tomb? Was it on top of the stone? It was beside them someplace. Where was it? Well, depends which gospel you read. What were the women told to tell the disciples? The women are instructed to go tell the disciples. Are they told to tell the disciples to go to Galilee? Or are they told what Jesus said to them in Galilee? In Matthew and Mark, the women are told to tell the disciples to go to Galilee to meet Jesus there. In Luke, the disciples are told to stay in Jerusalem and don't leave it. And they don't leave it up to the day of Pentecost, 50 days later. In fact, they don't leave it in the book of Acts. So, did they stay in Jerusalem? Or did they travel 100 miles up north to Galilee? It's a difference.
Yeah, and that's an important one.
Did the women tell anybody or not? In Mark, the women are said, go tell the disciples this. And Mark's gospel ends by Mark saying they didn't tell anyone because they were afraid. Period. The gospel ends there. They didn't tell anyone. What about Matthew? In Matthew, they run off and tell the disciples. What about Luke? They run off and tell the disciples. What about John? They run off and tell the disciples. Matthew says, Matthew, Luke, and John say that. Mark says they didn't tell anybody. Did the disciples immediately leave and go to Galilee, as in Matthew? Or did they stay in Jerusalem for weeks, months, or years, as in Luke? Well, okay. I don't think you can reconcile these. So you've got accounts that basically agree on kind of major issues and can't get their story straight when it comes to any of the details. That's not good for sources. If you're in a court of law and you have witnesses that kind of basically say, yeah, there was this accident, but they don't agree on anything about the details. Okay. Well, maybe it still happened anyway. In sum, what I'd say is that the Gospels do agree in major ways about the resurrection. Most of the time, they're not independent in what they have to say about it. They're highly contradictory in the details. None of them is unbiased or disinterested. None of these Gospel accounts is written in order to explain history to historians. All 4 Gospel writers are committed Christians who believe that Jesus got raised from the dead. They are committed to this belief, and they write accounts of him being raised from the dead that are contradictory to each other and that are not independent. They're writing this decades later in a different part of the world. They are not quoting eyewitnesses. They themselves were not eyewitnesses. What kind of sources are these? Well, it's good we have these sources, but are they really the kinds of sources that scholars are looking for? Not so much. Would these witnesses have been persuasive in court? Jonathan, my debate partner here, is trained in law. Would these witnesses be persuasive on a witness stand? I don't know. Be interesting to find out.
Nah, probably not, I think.
The big problem I have with thinking that we can show that Jesus was raised from the dead historically is part of a larger issue that I want to address here as my final point. It has to do with historians and the problem of miracle. Let me return to what ancient historians can do. Some things they can do, some things they cannot. Ancient historians can look at whatever are the material and literary remains. That's what they do for a living. They determine what probably happened based on an analysis of these material and literary remains. Okay? What can they not do? There are lots of things that historians cannot do. Historians cannot use history to construct a house. Historians cannot
Oh, he's just the best.
do history in order to explain the Pythagorean theorem. They can explain
Hey,
how
brother, can I
Pythagoras
say
came up with
something?
it.
Yes.
So this weekend, I actually was at a history conference. It was called the Barnes History Conference. And basically they had a bunch of like graduate students like presenting on different kinds of things. And it was super interesting. Like they talked about Jewish burial rites in Rome. They talked about, Guyanese, Indo-Guyanese dealing with colonialism in Guyana. It was like super, super interesting. And I think history is such an amazing place, such an amazing ocean of stuff. So I love history, and I'm taking an honors history class right now on riots in like Philadelphia, New York, and it's just, gosh, it's so amazing how much we can learn about our past.
Yeah, but like the method, tying it back to the debate. The problem is that it doesn't really work with the method. The historical method doesn't really work to evaluate the claim of whether Jesus resurrected or not.
Yeah,
right? I think that's what Bart is getting at, and this is the crux of his argument here. So far, it's been the preamble, but this is like the heavy hitter. And this guy, Jonathan, he can't. I don't know if you watched this one already, Isa, but
I've never seen it. I came into this blind, so.
Okay, so Jonathan, let me sum it up for you. Jonathan made the argument that, and I'm not kidding. He made the argument that because there were no refutations for the resurrection of Jesus, that means that it's legit. And then this guy also appealed, the guy that Bart Ehrman is debating, also appealed as a Christian to Richard Carrier. You know how we've been seeing the Muslims appeal to Bart Ehrman when debating Christians? This guy, a Christian, in a debate about the resurrection of Jesus, unironically used Richard Carrier as a talking point, when Richard Carrier doesn't think that Jesus even existed, right? This is the level, and that's why I kind of got in, continued watching it, because it's absolutely insane that someone would do that.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Is he using Richard Carrier as like a hostile witness to say, oh, look, this guy, he's against my position, but he is saying the things that support my position? Is that what he was doing, or how did he do it?
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
But it was bad. It was really bad.
So you think the way he used him was it didn't persuade you? You're like, this, you're trying to do this, but it's actually failing you. Is that what you feel?
I mean, yeah. Whatever argument he could make based on he had to cherry pick Richard Carrier, but Richard Carrier's starting point is that Jesus did not even exist, that he's just a literary character. So there is no way to spin, for a Christian to spin anything that Richard Carrier says, when his starting point is Jesus not real, right?
I hear that.
And then the whole, like, Jonathan's whole argument was there is no ancient record of people disproving Jesus's resurrection by providing a naturalistic alternative, right? And that, I mean, to me, that failed just miserably. And when he invoked Richard Carrier, I was like, yeah, that's it. You're done. You lost the debate. Whatever happens next is irrelevant, because that is just a silly talking point to appeal to Richard Carrier.
But they can't do math with it. There are lots of things historians cannot do, even with things connected to the past. Historians cannot establish what probably happened for events that have no record. For example, what did your grandfather eat on May 3rd, 1971? There's no way to know.
Isa GB Baul asks, is that class teaching you to learn or what to believe about the subject? Nope.
Which class?
The one that you said you are taking about history.
Oh, no. So it's an honors class. So a lot of it's like critical thinking. We look at primary sources, and we're actually going to make a walking tour where we look at different facts and we learn about the cities, and we learn about riots, and we learn about commerce, and we learn about how, I think you would love the class, Max, but we learn about how big rich fat cats exploit the poor and use them, and how this creates these kind of economic class wars happen because of exploitation. So I think you would like that. Like, that's, it's funny, people are like academia is liberal. I don't really think so. I think academia is just engages with the facts. And if you want to call those facts liberal, I think it's a strange way to look at it. People exploiting people does happen. And sticking your head in the ground doesn't change that fact, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I when people say that, I think it's just like, yeah, I think reality has a liberal bias. People want to be free. Ooh, imagine that.
And there's economic exploitation, and people are suffering, and people are used. People use race and ethnicity to oppress others. Is there oppression? Yeah. And people get really mad. They're like, oh, when people hear the word white supremacy, they get so mad and infuriated. And I'm like, but there's truth to it. There's truth to that point. So you shouldn't discard it.
Yeah. I mean, but people kind of also sort of disregard other kinds of supremacies. And what I think in general is that you saying that your group is the best, rah, 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 is maybe not the best way to go. Because, I mean, at the core, we're all humans. And the less suffering the less suffering there is in the world, it makes it better for everyone. But if you want to say that's a liberal bias, well, it's like, okay, sure.
But I mean, maybe you do have a record. I doubt it. But so a historian can't show, well, yeah, he probably did eat liverwurst that day. Yeah, so you can't establish things for which you have no record. Historians cannot explain events that happen outside of history. They study history. If something happens outside of history, it's not the provenance of historians. Okay? Historians can never establish that what never happens probably did happen. I'll just give you an illustration of what I mean. I mean, historians are not scientists, but they do know that some things never happen.
Yep.
For example, the second law of thermodynamics requires increased entropy in any closed system. Entropy always increases, it never decreases. That's why you never have something cold making something else hot. It's part of the second law of thermodynamics. It's why if you take a cup of black coffee and you pour cream in it and you stir it, the cream gets mixed in. You can never make it mix out. You can stir it till doomsday. The cream will never be mixed out of the coffee. It can't happen. It has never happened.
It will never happen. And I think that is a great argument to the resurrection.
What if you have three people who say, yeah, but I saw somebody do it. I saw this guy stir that coffee and the cream came out. I saw it. Would you believe it? Well, if you believe it, then you haven't studied science, because I'm telling you, it cannot happen, and it never has happened. What's the probability that these three people actually did see it happen? Well, they might have thought they saw it happen. They might be lying about it. They might have been mistaken. They might have heard from somebody else that it happened. Did they act?
They could have been like tricked. But the reality is that no, you can't unmix that ever.
Actually see it? What's the probability? If something has never happened before, but somebody says they saw it happen, is it probable that it happened because the person said so? Or is it more probable that maybe they mistook what they saw, or that it was a magic trick, or that they heard it, or they what's more probable? Do people mistake what they see all the time? Do people fabricate things that didn't happen all the time?
2 minutes.
Does the law of thermodynamics get broken? No. So what's more probable? We cannot access supernatural explanations for natural events. If we think that the reason the Allies won World War II because God intervened, that's fine. You can believe that if you want. But historians cannot prove that God intervened. Historians have only access to things that happen in this world. Well, you say, well, God intervened in this world. Well, historians don't have access to the divine realm. They have only access to what happens here. What are miracles? Miracles are the least probable thing if you believe they happen. The reason you call them miracles is because they never happen. Well, they sometimes happen. Okay, how often do they happen? How often does somebody walk on the water? Never. What if somebody did? Well, okay, it's a miracle. It's not likely, though. Historians can only establish what likely happened. The inevitable problem is that if historians can only establish what probably happened in the past, and by their definition, miracles are not probable, then historians can never show that the most improbable thing is probable. This is not an anti-supernatural bias that I have, or that historians have. It's how history works. I had this view when I was a believing Christian. I knew that you could not prove a miracle using the historical methods. You could believe it. I think it's right. You might, but you cannot demonstrate it on historical grounds. There's a difference between theology and history and law. You can demonstrate some things through the law. You can demonstrate some things through history. Those processes, legal processes and historical processes, cannot establish what God does. In the Christian tradition, Jesus did not have a near-death experience. God raised him from the dead. If you believe that God raised him from the dead, you have to believe in God. That's a theological belief, not a historical factum. And so historians can't show it. Okay. That's my conclusion. Good enough. Good enough. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ehrman.
He's so fun. All right. Now we get into the rebuttals, and you'll get to hear some of Jonathan's arguments again, Isa. I don't think you would ever make an argument like this, but it is interesting. It fails like from the start, but it is quite interesting though.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for those introductions. A lot to talk about in the cross-examination. Just a reminder, and I'm going to bring Jonathan on here because we're going to go into a rebuttal stage of 10 minutes in just a second. By the way, some of you have asked about this in the audience. If you want a question to be aimed at a specific panelist, please, I mean, it's for everybody, then just say this is for both. But be
Inquisitive Infidel for $5, thank you so much, says probability isn't on the side of miracles, and people are always more likely to make it up. It doesn't matter how many people wrote it down or copied it. Yeah, and in the cases that we have, like reported miracles, and they get actually like thoroughly investigated, they turn out to be like hoaxes. Or I remember there was one of a crying statue that it was just a broken pipe that was leaking out like raw sewage from the eye of the statue. And I don't know, I have a paper analyzing, for example, the this Mexican painting. Hold on, what's the name? The Virgin of Guadalupe painting. Melissa, no one cares. The Virgin of Guadalupe painting that they claim is a miracle and so on. And it's like, dude, it has a sketch right below the painting. So it was painted by a human. It wasn't a miracle. Sorry.
Specific in your questions for each panelist. If it is for Dr. Ehrman, if it is for Jonathan, say this question is for whoever. Now, again, because of our limited time, if you're going to get a question in on the to the panelists, it needs to come through a super chat. If you want to have it sent to the panelists, it needs to come through super chat. Try to be specific in who you're addressing so we're not sitting here questioning who you're asking. All right. So, Jonathan, do you have anything you need to share for round 2 on your rebuttal?
Oh, no, I'm just going to...
Do I need to pull your screen up is my question.
No.
Right, fantastic. All right, so I'm going to give you 10 minutes again, and I will start or 10.
Yeah, if you want to do the honors, just ban them. I'm like, they're not going to do anything. They don't even speak. They just throw out random verses. It's not going to work. You're just making yourself and your religion look stupid, Melissa.
I mean, you can go over a little bit. We got some flexibility on these last 2 in the rebuttals, Jonathan. So I'm going to pull all of us off stage here, and then you'll have 10 minutes once more. I will notify you at least with 1 minute to go. Like, you're 9 minutes in, I'm going to give you a notification. You know how much time.
GB Gould, tough debate topic. Even Christians profess the resurrection. They don't proclaim the resurrection. And that's fine. That's fine, though. If you say that you have faith in the resurrection, I won't debate you on that. It's like, oh, okay, you have faith. That's fine. The problem is when you get people like this guy saying that it's truth, it's a reality, and that I have a little bit of a problem, because they're just it's unfalsifiable. Everything is unfalsifiable. You would have to start by proving that God exists and then go into the rest, and that cannot be done. So I don't know. It's a foolish thing to try and argue that the resurrection is a historical fact, in my opinion.
Time you have from that point, we'll give you a couple seconds over if you need it, okay?
Okay, no, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ehrman, for sharing your thesis. I think you made a lot of valid points. And I think it's going to serve well, obviously, in the cross-examination period. I think we got a lot of really good things to talk about.
No, Jonathan, you have jack shit.
One of the points I want to address first, I know Dr. Ehrman ended on it kind of last, is this kind of idea of miracles violating the law of physics. One of the things that I did bring up at the end of my opening was we do have an instance where the laws of physics did not hold at the Big Bang. And one of the points I was bringing up is that it appears that we have evidence that the resurrection of Jesus is another such singularity.
No, that is wrong. That is a fallacy of stolen concept. Because the laws of physics, as we know them, started with the Big Bang. We have no way of telling what happened at the moment -1. This is insane that you would make this case. Like, absolutely insane.
Exemplifying this exception. So I'll kind of leave it on that. So there's a couple of things I want to point out from Dr. Ehrman's thesis on the ability of the historians. And I think one of the things that I kind of appreciated from reading the ancient historians, Plutarch, Livy, is they did feel like they could falsify that these supernatural claims and these events could be falsifiable. They had enough information in their records that they can falsify them. And I think one of the differences that we actually see by comparison is when we look at the comments from Livy, Plutarch, and Cicero, what they were able to demonstrate for the supernatural claims of Romulus, I found it hard kind of seeing that in Dr. Ehrman's thesis. Normally, what is the credible naturalistic explanation for the events that happened in Judea? So, for example, when we look at the writings of Livy, Plutarch, and Cicero regarding their investigation into Romulus' supernatural event, what do they provide us in their historical investigation surrounding this similar supernatural event to Jesus? There's several parallels. So what they were able to uncover is that the senators, they identified the senators as the prime suspects in his murder. They also identified that the ascension to the heavens was actually fabricated by the senators to kind of throw off their scent or trail, to kind of cover their tracks. And they were smart enough that they instigated another patrician, Proculus Julius, Romulus's friend, to use his influence to kind of create this tale before the Senate to exonerate us and liberate public mourning. Case closed, no longer to look into it. So what we have is case closed, credible natural explanation explained. I know there was nothing supernatural about this event. And so when we look at the ancient historians, they feel pretty confident in their ability. Plutarch goes through a number of these such fables that
Rob says, I'm in the UK. We have a term for this kind of logic. That term is utter bollocks. I love that.
he refers to them and provides naturalistic explanations. You know, the other thing when I was looking to Dr. Ehrman's, it sort of felt at the end of it, you know, I used to like reading Agatha Christie novels, but I think in this case, you kind of walk away without understanding who done it or what happened. You know, and what you sort of hope for is if Jesus and the resurrection were indeed a hoax, shouldn't we expect Dr. Ehrman's thesis to include details to those that we find in Lucian's treatise?
No. The flaw in that argument is that you think that it was a hoax. You framing it as a hoax is a problem. Because it doesn't have to have been a hoax. It could just be a myth. We have those, and we have, for example, the one that I love to cite is there was this violinist called Niccolo Paganini. The guy was so good that while he was alive, people said he had sold his soul to the devil in order to become the best violinist in the world. This guy was alive and playing while people were making up stories about him. It doesn't have to be a hoax. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. It could just be people making up myths and stories like dragons and phoenixes and unicorns. The framing of this is wrong. And I was just a little bit upset about with Bart that he didn't push back on the framing of the hoax thing. He did extremely well, but you know, we nitpick here sometimes. So yeah, I think even though that kind of went a little bit unaddressed, but the framing of the whole of like it being a hoax, a conspiracy, I reject that full on. That is just silly.
Alexander the false prophet, exposing the fraud in great detail. You know, if the job of the historian is, well, I'm going to explain the events in Judea, what happened here, why don't we see what we see in Lucian's account of the false prophet? And obviously, I love the work. It's really good. He actually describes the scene how Alexander, the false prophet, sneaked off at night to the temple grounds to bury a makeshift goose egg with a snake to facilitate his scheme to sort of convince the populace to believe in the deity Glycon. He had his little snake puppet, and that's how he did it. And throughout this work of Lucian, is he was able to actually uncover how did they get diluted. And I think, you know, to Dr. Ehrman's point is, you know, similar to what we see in Celsus and Porphyry, is this attack on the credibility of the witnesses. Fine. Maybe they were historical. You know, maybe they were grief-induced hallucinations. Maybe someone was telling a lie. However, what we don't have is how they were able to perfect that, how they were able to propagate this claim. While
Claims propagate, gossip propagates. How do you propagate a claim? You just tell it to someone else, and they tell it to someone else, and they tell it to someone else. Have you never heard of gossip, my guy? What the fuck is this argument?
Dr. Ehrman maintains that the disciples and everyone in Galilee was literate, or there wasn't much learning or education. This certainly doesn't apply to the Sadducees, the Pharisees, the Herods, the Romans, who were all privy to this event. And when we look at the Jewish histories that come down on this, it all kind of points in one direction. Because if we look at Celsus, Porphyry, and we look at the Talmud, what you see is they can't explain the magical elements or the sorcery of how Jesus is doing all these incredible things. And what's
they don't have to, because I mean, you're assuming that he did all those things. You know that it's a perfectly, when someone says, oh, Jesus walked on water, and you have no evidence, you are perfectly justified in rejecting the claim. Claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Dumbass.
interesting is throughout the New Testament Gospels, what we see is everyone coming to check up on them. The Herods are coming over, or his team is coming in. I know Herod Antipas was very interested in meeting with Jesus and speaking to him, and there was something different here.
Where are you getting that from? Like, what?
And obviously he saw in John the Baptist. And when we look at those narratives, we think, why couldn't a Greek like Celsus, Porphyry wrote 15 books against the Christians. We have Julian, the emperor, writing against the guy. Why couldn't they solve this problem? You know,
Dragon Sword says it might have been a very shallow puddle.
We hear a lot about how bad our testimony is, how bad, you know, one woman, two, all these contradictions. But what we're not hearing is what Lucian provided in Alexander the False Prophet. We're not hearing what Plutarch was able to demonstrate for Romulus. So some of those
Inquisitive Impudent for $2, thank you so much, says, I don't need to explain how Superman flies either. That's true.
things lead to conclusion that we have this big hoax being pulled off, and we have a number of educated elites in and around the surrounding area that are witnesses to what is going on the ground. And we don't have anyone that can actually explain what's going on. And that's why I kind of refer to it's sort of the Agatha Christie novel that you walk away with and you don't know who done it. The other thing,
I like Rob. I really like that you are kind of in the same headspace as I am, because I could be accused of being biased. But you, as you said before, you're a Christian, and Rob said he saw references and no points, and I'm supposed to be on this guy's side. Yeah, he makes a really bad argument, like really bad. This is really bad. My bro CK, who went above and beyond to help Wadcast on the debate that they arranged today. Don't forget to like the stream. Thank you so much, CK. You're the best of bros.
I kind of want to bring up, and I'll kind of touch on closely regarding Dr. Ehrman's thoughts on miracles and what's being said. There's a lot of observations throughout history where we have an observable black swan, which we see here in the resurrection throughout history.
Black Swan, is this guy like a flat earther? I mean, he is a flat earther when it comes to making Christian arguments. This is just garbage. Inquisitive for $2 says he's not a scientist. Get used to not knowing.
Is he a lawyer?
He has an MBA. He said something.
Oh, he has a master's in business administration. Okay.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, they mentioned his degrees at the beginning, but I don't remember really.
Well, I think it's weird that it is hard that when you are a believer that you can use your degrees to kind of justify your position on things. There's people who do that. And I understand that. I think they spent a lot of time earning their degrees and they get clout from that. And I also understand that people might find that dubious too. They're like, yes, you're an expert in a lot of things, but you're using your expertise to try to engage in things that you can't really be an expert in. Like, we can't prove God exists or doesn't exist. You either believe it or you don't, and that's okay. That's a fine position. You can have reasons for why you don't believe in God or reasons why you do believe in God. You can say, look, the world is just such a terrible, hot mess. There's no way a divine being that's loving would create it. That's a pretty plausible argument you can make. And then other people could say, well, I just don't see how this world got here without a divine prime mover. Something has to do it. I feel kindness, mercy, and compassion. Where does this come from? There has to be something that's greater than I. You know what's really fascinating right now, Max? I'm writing about anthropomorphism and, religions of the past. That's literally what I have to get done tonight. And it's like, I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about Douglas Adams. Do you know who Douglas Adams is? The writer who wrote The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Are you familiar with that?
Nope.
Okay, you need to look that up. But he makes a puddle analogy where this puddle, like a primordial being, comes into existence and says, this world was made for me.
Yeah, I know the analogy of the puddle. I didn't know it was from him.
That's from Douglas Adams, yeah. So it's the same thing. And it's really fascinating because we have a lot of things where like, well, I believe this because, I'm a special chosen person. And people do believe that. It's hard. It's a difficult thing. People have their different stances. And I think there's validation in whatever stance people want to take. I take a kind of a postmodernist position. And I don't have a problem with that. But I completely understand why someone would take an atheist or a theological position. Like, I get both. But it is hard. Like when you're dealing with things like the Hebrew saints that rose from the grave. Have you ever played Altered Beast, by the way? Have you played Altered Beast, the video game, like for Sega Genesis? Are you familiar with that?
No, I never had a Sega.
You need to play this game.
The only Sega I had was the Dreamcast.
Oh, Dreamcast is amazing. But Altered Beast was it was like a pack-in game for the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, as it was called across the sea. But there was this in the game, the divine being says rise from the grave, and then you start fighting all these monsters and beasts. But every time I think of like the Hebrew passage the passage in the Gospels where it talks about these Hebrew sages that rose from the grave and started walking around. I think of like altered beast rise from the grave. So it's like, that's the thing. It's like a very mythological type of thing. It's not something you can prove. You can't prove, if you're really kind of nasty, you could call it like Jewish zombies walking around, but ancient Hebrew sages coming back from the grave is not something you can prove. You can't prove that the Sanhedrin curtain split in half. You can't prove, resurrection and elevation. You can't prove these things. You can believe them, but it's very strange that this guy is trying to prove things that you can't prove them.
Like, you could, if you had like an external verification of the event by someone that was like unaffiliated, that doesn't have like a dog in the race, and said like, yeah, I was there, I'm a Hindu, I was there, and when they killed this guy, the curtain and the temple and the earthquake, all of those things happened, right? You could, if you had something like that, you could somewhat provide evidence, flimsy, but you could provide evidence. But the problem is that this guy is going about it the worst possible way, and people are atting me. Hitchhiker's Guide is a good movie, I recommend it. Okay, what you have some reading to do. Read the Dirk Gently Pet Detective by Douglas Adams. I watched Dirk Gently, the series on Netflix, I think. You should feel ashamed of yourself. Oh my God, don't at me. Hold on, what's this? Hitchhiker. Okay, I'll put it. I'll do homework. I'll watch that. No problem.
History that we can't explain through naturalistic means. I think some notable observations we see from Nikolai Berdyaev in his meaning of history. He tells us a little bit how when he remember how that the materialist interpretation of history, when he attempted it in his youth to verify by applying it to the destinies of
check this out. This
Rise from your grave.
That's it. See, that's literally what I was thinking of. That's it. What do you think about that? That's it.
I sometimes like some old school gaming, yeah.
But that's the thing. That's what I think about when the Hebrew sages come up. It's rise from the grave.
Yeah. But for example, that, like, such a thing, you would think that if something like that happened, there would be some kind of attestation outside of the Gospels. Someone would have written like, hey, it was a normal day, and then we started getting all of these zombies and all of these dead people rising from their tombs and just walking the city. But there's nothing like that. There's only the claim in the Gospel. That to me is a problem when you're trying to say, especially in the context of a debate, that this is something historical and factual that happened.
people broke down in the case of the Jews, where destiny seemed absolutely inexplicable from the materialistic standpoint. He understood that he left Marxism because he couldn't explain the Jews the history of the Jews from a naturalistic perspective. We see this in.
Why is that important? I mean, the history of the Jews can be explained from a naturalistic point of view. Yeah, they have a whole bunch of myths. That's number one. And then they are just a resilient people. But there's comparable stories all throughout the world of people that have been historically persecuted and have also thrived. They're not that unique. The problem is that he wants to feel a little bit special.
Mark Twain too. He looked at the Jewish the events in history and they couldn't explain. The only one not mortal was the Jew. So we do have these observations, and as historians, obviously we had the opportunity to look into these events because we are collecting a lot of information on them from a lot of good, well-educated sources. I mean, Kelsis did a lot of research for his work in understanding the Christian arguments and trying to publish an attack out there against Christianity. Porphyry wrote 15 books. Julian, the emperor, is trying to convert everything back over to Christianity. And I think the most important thing for me is, we had the Roman Empire, we had the Herods, well-educated. They understood how to investigate Roman cults. I think the Christians have probably been accused, or I think what we see in Pliny's writing kind of refer to some of the, I guess, the attacks that the forest people, or the Bacilli, in the Roman Republic, they got accused of a lot of those.
I just love how he's talking about everything except the resurrection of Jesus. Like, it's been this way from the start. He mentioned Jesus like twice so far. It's all about like 300-year-old Roman history by the, like, after Jesus. Like, this is absolutely insane.
And we understood, then that Rome understood how to investigate these cults, how to get information, how to expose their conspiracies. And what we have here in Judea that starts spreading across the vast part of the empire is all these groups promoting this wild tale, and no one understands how it was done. All they needed to do is go back to the tomb.
No one knows where it is. No one knew, even very close to Jesus. They've been searching for that fucking place for 2,000 years, and no one can find it because it doesn't exist, Jonathan. Bad arguments make me so mad. So mad. 10 more.
If he was left up on the cross?
Yeah, that's what they did, because we do have we do have that staying on the cross so that you would be eaten by crows and vultures and rats and everything was part of the punishment. We do have that. So there's no reason to believe that they would have done such an exception for Jesus when he was just a common criminal. That's it. He got buried, like he got crucified with like what was it? A thief and what was the other one? Or were they two thieves? Don't remember. But he got crucified with two other people at the same time. He was just a common criminal. Wasn't anything special about that.
1 minute. Okay, I'll finish up here. Once again, the resurrection of Jesus, which differentiates Christianity from the other religions, is
it doesn't.
Can I interject quickly?
Yes,
you're correct. There's two thieves or insurgents. So that's an important thing. They may have been thieves or insurgents. So people who rebelled against Rome.
Right.
There was one that was a good thief, and there was one that was a bad thief, or good insurgent and bad insurgent. Right.
Right.
So one is penitent.
The qualification. Oh, hold on. Finish up. Sorry.
Yeah, so basically the story is one is penitent and says, you're right, and please remember me in your kingdom. You're the good person. And the other person mocks him and says, if you are the Christ, save yourself and us.
Right.
So yeah.
So,
that's
but what makes them good is their attitude towards Jesus. Right? Not they didn't have any other characteristic to determine that. So because one mocked him and the other one didn't, Jesus actually tells him that today you will be with me in heaven, which is a very weird thing, right? It is a weird, like, what's the justification for that? Just because he didn't mock you? That makes very little sense to me.
it is a falsifiable event. Just like the people were able to recognize in Herodias' tale of Aristarchus, they went to the photo shop to check it out. Some people coming back from overseas saw him going to Croton. They have this information, and one of the questions that Dr. Ehrman will speak about is, why don't we have anything like that for the resurrection of Jesus?
Because we don't need to. This is the same bullshit that Nadir pulls. He tries to set a criteria as to how he would lose the debate, but it's a bullshit criteria every time. Every time Nadir says, oh, the way that you win this debate is by doing this, this, and that. And it's bullshit. It's bullshit, bullshit requirements. Like, we don't need a hardcore, naturalistic refutation because you don't have evidence that the resurrection happened. It's as simple as that, Johnny boy.
Kind of have it for all these other legendary tales. Why not for this, which obviously took over the Roman Empire? With that, I will end my rebuttal.
It took over the Roman Empire a bunch of years later because Constantine's mom was a Christian. And Constantine saw it as a way to, as a tool for social control. The same way, and I have the same argument for Muhammad. Muhammad created Islam because he saw it as a way. He saw how the Jews and the Christians could be ruled by the book. So he just created a book. Simple as that.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan. And I'm going to pull you
I'll be
off
right
the
back.
stage. I'm going to bring Dr. Ehrman back on. Dr. Ehrman, did you have a second slide presentation you needed or anything, or did you?
I don't think I'll do that. No, I think I'll just try and do it orally.
Okay. All right. And I will give you the complete floor. And as soon as you start, I'll give you, at the 10-minute mark, again, I'll kind of give an indicator similar to what I did Jonathan. And then that'll give you time to wrap up your last statements. And then we'll go straight into the cross-examination.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. This is not going to be very elegant as a rebuttal, in part because I'm not sure what Jonathan is arguing. And so that's why I'm looking forward to the cross-examination. I didn't hear what evidence he had that Jesus was raised from the dead. His argument seems to be that if it was a hoax, Roman authorities would have tried to expose it. And so since they didn't try to expose it, I think he's saying, therefore, it was not a hoax. And I think he's saying, therefore, it must have happened. And they must have known it happened. So I don't really quite understand that argument. I think he's saying that Pontius Pilate believed Jesus was raised from the dead, and that Tiberius believed he was raised from the dead, and that Plutarch and Livy and Cicero believed he was raised from the dead. If they believed he was raised from the dead, I'm sorry, I just don't understand. None of these authors mentions Jesus. And why would you think they became Christians? Or is it that you think they thought they really believed Jesus was raised from the dead, but decided that he wasn't the Son of God, but because it wasn't a hoax? I generally do not understand the argument, and so I am looking forward to the cross-examination. There are several things that I will say. The big point, I think, is that there was no counter narrative given by these people, but at the same time, he said there was a counter narrative, because by the time you get anybody actually talking about the event with Celsus, he does give a counter narrative. He says that these women were hysterical, that they didn't really see Jesus. So that is a counter narrative. Celsus is writing about the year 170. These other authors, I'll be interested in asking him why he thinks that Livy or Cicero would have been writing about it. for one reason, and why he thinks Plutarch would have been writing about it for another. I think what he's assuming is that Christianity was taking over the empire by leaps and bounds, and that it had become such an enormous movement that the Roman authorities would have been quite perplexed by it and worried about it, and the philosophers would have been writing about it. So I'll be interested in knowing what he thinks about the spread of Christianity at the time that these people were writing. What evidence is there that there was widespread knowledge of it, for example? I was particularly taken by his appeal to the Pilate Gospels, where he referred to writings allegedly by Pontius Pilate to Tiberius that are not found in the New Testament, that are alluded to by Justin, martyr, in the year 150, by Tertullian around the year 200. And he thinks that Pilate actually did have these communications, and that based on writings in these non-canonical Christian texts about Pilate. These are often called the Pilate Gospels. They're very interesting books. If you don't know about them, this account here is called the Other Gospels. This is a translation, introduction translation to the Other Gospels outside the New Testament, including the Gospels that feature Pontius Pilate, that my colleague Zlatko Plesha and I translated, and we produced this volume. If you want to read these Pilate Gospels, I encourage you to do so. They are very interesting. You read those and tell me if you think that they're historical. Is there any historical basis for Pilate writing Tiberius, for example, and being so upset because now he realizes that he killed the Son of God and the Roman Empire might be in trouble here, and that Tiberius, the Emperor Tiberius, is very upset, and so he sends the troops to Pilate in order to arrest him, and because he has killed the Son of God, he's going to have Pilate executed, and they execute Pilate, but he converts to Christianity. He becomes a believer in Jesus, and so he's taken up to heaven. His head is chopped off, and an angel comes down and takes Pilate's head up to heaven. Okay, so you can find that in these Pilate Gospels. I'm a little surprised that Jonathan is taking these as historical accounts. I've done a lot of research on them. There's not a lot of research done on them because scholars don't take them as historical. I don't know of anybody who thinks that these are describing things that happened, and so I'm interested in Jonathan saying some more about that. And so I think that will be interesting. I was somewhat struck by the fact that he didn't really rebut much of anything I said. For example, about the gospel.
That's true. Like Jonathan just restated his position, didn't even offer a rebuttal. Inquisitive Infield for $5. Thank you so much. Constantine saw the Christians would fight something the Jews wouldn't do. He wanted a unified fighting force driven by holy visions. That seems possible, yeah. And Rob says he couldn't understand the argument. He's one up on me. I couldn't even find it.
Gospel narratives and Paul. How is, these things are written decades later. They are people claiming that they saw something. Is that the kind of evidence, something written decades later, that a historian would say, oh yeah, well, it's probably right. If Paul writing 25 years later says that he saw Jesus, well, then he must have seen Jesus. Because, and a historian would conclude on that basis that one person writing 25 years later who says he saw somebody alive after he died, that's evidence that the laws of nature were broken because this person said so. Oh, but he really meant it. Okay. Is that the kind of testimony that a historian would look at and say, yeah, it had never happened in history before. There have been 300,000 years of Homo sapiens. There have been about 115 billion Homo sapiens who have lived. And of those 115 billion, none has ever been raised from the dead. But this one, we're pretty sure was because somebody writing 25 years later said that he saw it. Will a historian normally say, yeah, that's probably it? No. The historian might be a believer, and the historian might say, well, yeah.
Regarding that, seeing people that are dead, Justin from Deconstruction Zone makes a very compelling argument about imposters in antiquity. Apparently, it was a common thing for people that looked alike – appeared and claimed to be X, right? And I mean, that even that seems way more plausible than this freaking dude resurrected. Especially when you take into consideration all of the other evidence, like all of the failed prophecies, the errors in the Bible, and yada yada yada. It all starts stacking up to, oh yeah, this is just another story that was told. And the other thing is that I usually say, by the time I read the Bible the first time, I was very familiar with all of the Greek, the Norse, and the Egyptian myths. So when I finally read the Bible for the first time, I was like, oh, this is just another myth. And to me, that made sense. And that's why I held the view for many years that Jesus was not a dude.
You know, I believe I'm a Christian. I believe Jesus was raised from the dead. They're not going to say I could prove it. How would you prove it? It's a miracle. Miracles can't be proven. You might believe they happened. Now, when Jonathan made an interesting point, he said that the Big Bang was a singularity, and maybe Jesus' resurrection was another singularity. Well, we have reasons for thinking the Big Bang happened. This is not like somebody sitting around kind of doodling something and coming up with some idea. You know, I bet it just started with like a big firecracker. It's not like that. There's substantial scientific evidence for the resurrection. For the resurrection.
Faux pas there. No, for the Big Bang, but I think that's a great counter argument to that silly claim.
I go for the Big Bang. What evidence is there for the resurrection like that?
Dragon Sword asks, is Isa familiar with the writing style Pesherim, which was the standard around the time the Gospels were written?
I'm not actually. No, I haven't heard of that.
All right, thank you.
He's also not, Jonathan is not correct to say that the Big Bang was a violation.
Subsister says, that's why Max is a Muslim. I mean, yeah, I got converted. Someone just came in, cited a bunch of random verses from the Quran, and I'm Muslim now.
Yeah, if you were a Muslim, you would probably be like a very progressive leftist Muslim. You would never be like
I would be probably like you or like your friend Aja.
Yeah,
exactly.
You would never be one of these crazy Salafi types like Wahhabi.
No.
You know, my partner MENJ, I speak with him quite frequently. He's not Salafi like that either. He's a lot more like postmodernist, scholarly type. He's like into not postmodernist, I would say modern scholarly type Islam, where like he's into Ismail Faruqi. He's into these kind of scholars. Like he's really into that. He's not into like this like God, the street stuff. Like I'm gonna tell you a story.
He still makes trash arguments though.
I hear you, but I mean, he's my buddy. I'm not gonna.
I know
say anything bad about it.
And I understand. I get that, but like some of the
I
stuff
understand.
Says,
I understand.
Insane.
But I want to tell you something though. What was it? In my city, Philadelphia, like some of these really what they call themselves Salafi types, they do a lot of like polygamy, like under the city. It's not, I don't know how consensual the polygamy is. It's a lot of marriage and divorce, and it's really wild. It's a wild world.
Do they do muta?
You can't really do that as a Sunni. You do a thing called nikah tasir, or secret marriage. That's the way that people usually get around, or misyar marriage. That's what Sunnis usually do, and most Muslims are Sunni. They're not Shia. Yeah, muta marriage is primarily a Shia practice now.
Oh, okay.
Historically, people did muta marriage, but some of them practice hudud, which is punishment. They cut people's hands off, like if they steal. And to me, I'm like, this is such an archaic. Like, if someone steals, I'm like a social worker, so I'm like, what is the root causes of why they stole? I never think about, oh, this is a bad person. I'm like, a person usually steals because they're in need. And now if you're like a fat cat who steals, I'm like, well, there's other reasoning of why they might do it. They might have some psychological issues. You know, there's people who might have a lot of historical trauma. This is the way I think about things. I think cutting people's hands off is like some barbaric, retrograde type of way. But they did. One guy, they said, yo, Aki, you stole from the masjid. And they said, you must now face the had. and they took like a machete and they like started hacking, but it was like a, what do you call it? It was like a blunt machete. So it's like his muscles and tendons were there. I'm like, what the heck is wrong with these people? And I'm like, if they're stealing it, just like let him have it. Like, dude, they need to learn from Jesus, man. They're like, I believe Jesus is my prophet, but you don't believe anything he says. Like, you don't even know what he says. You don't care about what he says. You don't believe what he says. And I'm like, that's the perfect time to use Jesus's teaching. You know what I mean? If someone has something that you desire, give it to them. I don't know, like if someone came to my house and stole something, I'm not going to be like, I want you to be in jail for the rest of your life. I'm like, yeah, I would like to get my stuff back. That would be nice, but I'm not interested in indefinite punishment and torture. Some people are really nasty. Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry, I don't mean to go on a tangent, but it's just like,
no, that's fine.
Some people are really gross and nasty and they want to hurt people. And boy, yeah.
Yeah, it's the retribution aspect of it is kind of bad, right? But how do they get away with doing stuff like that in modern day Philadelphia?
Well, a lot of it happens in what you would call the hood, which is not really regulated. Yeah, this is very poor. We have spaces that are much poorer than Uruguay. You know what I mean? Like they say, oh, Uruguay is a third world country. We have places in America that are like fourth world and fifth world. You know what I mean? Like you go there, you're like, this is the United States of America. I'm like, kind of. You know what I mean? It's the roads are torn apart, trash is strewn, poverty is there, people have needles in their arms. It's really bad. We have really bad parts of Philadelphia, like really just like urban decay, like serious urban decay. And they get away because they're not seen. You know what I mean? No one's regulating these people. They kind of have their own kind of society. But if they get caught, they go to jail. But it's like something like that. The guy went to jail. But I'm like, what goes in your mind that you think that this is okay to do this? I mean, I'm going to be very transparent with you. If someone told me God said that, I would be like, yeah, that's not a God. That's a demon. That's a monster. That's not a God. You know what I mean? Like if a God tells you to do evil, horrible things, that's just not a God. That if this being is supernatural, it's some monster. You get what I mean? This is not a God. So, and I think, and a lot of atheists probably would take that position. They're like, if there was like a divine being that did have supernatural powers and it was evil, you're like, that's not a God. That's a monster. It's a supernatural monster. You know?
Yeah. I mean, that's what kind of gives the rise to the what are they called? The ones that think that this world is a creation of a minor deity, that it was not the top deity, and that's why this world, that's why this world is so flawed.
Yeah, the demiurge. Yeah, I think that's the
demiurge. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, it's a wild take. Now, when it comes to those barbaric practices, I'm so glad that we don't do that shit anymore. We do some other stuff that is questionable, but changing, some countries are moving towards changing the focus in punitive justice and more rehabilitative, and I think that's great. All right, let's see what else.
I agree.
Of the laws of physics. That is incorrect. The laws of physics did not.
Oh, one other thing. The U.S. is kind of weird. For example, I've heard dumbass Andrew Wilson say that there are no people starving in the U.S. because the U.S. is the fattest country in the world, which is such a stupid thing to say, because the fact that 300 pounds, that doesn't invalidate the fact that there are actually people starving.
And also, that's not even true. If the person has 300 pounds, if you know science and you know nutrition, some of those people have they're starving too.
They're just have fat, but they have bad nutrition. Yes,
they don't have nutrition. They're actually hungry, and some of them are starving, even though they're big, because the food that they eat is super sugary and high of calories, so they look large and their body can't process what the foods are, and that's what makes them obese. So if you know science, this is why we need science education.
Yeah,
you don't get deluded by superficial things if you invest in scientific reasoning.
Right, but even like let's say you have 10 people and you have maybe 2, 3, or 4 that are 300 pounds, and all of the others are, I don't know, 80 pounds or something like that. And they are like, you can get an average that tells you that those 10 people are all obese, but you get that from just having someone with a very high weight amount and someone with a very low. The average still gives you, oh yeah, these 10 people are on average, they're all obese. And that doesn't reflect reality, right? And also, for example, yesterday I was doing a review, and there's this flat earther called Ryan S. And he's a homeless person that lives in a tent, but has a cell phone and internet access. And I was telling people that here you can go into the shanty towns and you can see very precarious houses that have DirecTV antennas, right? So there's it's the line is never like super clear on that. But the time that I heard Andrew Wilson say that there are no starving people in the US because we are the fattest country in the world, that is such a wild, dumb take. Inquisitive Infidel for $5. Thank you so much for all your support today. But if God doesn't concern himself with the number of times you touch your forehead and the OCD of brushing your teeth, how do you know he cares? I mean, there's a lot of things there. I like the argument of gratuitous suffering. I don't think that an omnibenevolent God would create creatures that have to eat each other in some, or like, take a look at cats. If you look at a cat with a cockroach and how they literally torture them, like that no omnibenevolent God would create something like that. Like cats get some sick pleasure of like torturing animals. I saw a cat with a cockroach the other day. He literally bit the cockroach's leg and tore it up, and then watched it like, and then like clawed it when it stopped moving, like clawed it and then played with it, took it all around the house. Like, I mean, I think all cats debunk the existence of God. That would be my argument.
Exist until the Big Bang. It's like saying that, like asking what happened, what was happening in the time before the Big Bang. The Big Bang is when you got time. And you can't ask, well, where was the Big Bang? There's no where. Time and space came into existence with the Big Bang, and so did the laws of physics. And so the Big Bang is not a violation of the laws of physics, it's the beginning of the laws of physics. So if Jonathan wants to come up with explanations for how the laws of physics got violated in the resurrection of Jesus, I'd be interested in hearing it. But to say that historians have come up with things that they just can't explain, and so therefore there must be supernatural explanations. Jonathan may not like the term, the God of the gaps, but it's the term that people often use to say when you can't explain something, you say, well, God must have done it. You know, before the Enlightenment, people didn't understand a lot of things, and they attributed them to the gods. If lightning strikes your house in the ancient world, you might think that Zeus hurled a thunderbolt. How else do you explain it? There's no other explanation. Well, we don't explain things that way now because we have the science. It's not that science can explain everything. Science can't explain 99.9% of the universe, but they can explain some things. And theoretically, we think almost everything can be explained. How did the Jews survive? Did it require a miracle? So it's interesting that there's a historian who thought that, there's no other explanation for it, so God must have done it. And he converted. Okay, great. But, that's not a convincing argument to, 99% of the historians in the world. There are reasons that some people survive and some people don't. And you can actually trace, of course, the lineage of Judaism way back and understand why in some times and places Jews survived and even thrived. I think I think a big problem is that Jonathan's entire premise is that if Jesus wasn't raised from the dead, it was a hoax, and Romans would have exposed the hoax. Number one, how many Roman intellectuals knew about the resurrection within, say, the first year of Jesus' death? None that we know of. None. Jonathan's view seems to be that if intellectuals or people who could expose these things had known about it, they would just go to the tomb to look. Well, where was the tomb? We don't know. We have
no one knows. No one has ever known. Because I still hold that the most likely explanation is that there was no tomb, that they left him there to be eaten and then thrown into a mass grave, and that was it. That was the end of it. Daryl Frost said, if there's no time and space, then the Big Bang cannot happen. Time and space has always existed. And Dragon Sword said, Max Planck just rolled over in his grave.
No record. Even if you believe in an empty tomb, we have no idea where it would have been. So how would they have gone? And even if they had gone, they had found it empty. Would that tell them anything? What would you think if you went to a tomb and found it empty? You think I'm at the wrong tomb. Or if the empty tomb stories are true, which I don't think historically women went and saw the empty tomb. We don't have the empty tomb story. You don't have a mention of it until 40 years after the event, long after anybody could have even checked. So who would have thought to go? And what would they think if they saw it? So the empty tomb in the New Testament never creates faith in the resurrection. Look up the stories yourself. Read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Look at what happens when people learn the tomb is empty. They are mystified and puzzled, and they doubt. They never believe. The empty tomb was never a proof of the resurrection in the early stories. And so to say that they would have uncovered it and shown it as a hoax, no, I just think that's fanciful thinking. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to the Q&A, and it looks like we're there now.
Excellent, excellent. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your rebuttals. And I agree. I think this will be a good cross-examination. Remember, we have 2 rounds of this. So there's going to be 10 minutes of Jonathan asking Dr. Ehrman his questions. And then Dr. Ehrman, you'll have 10 minutes to do yours. And then we'll hit repeat, and we'll do that again. In the meantime, we got
PhD Tony said, the answer to your question is no. Jesus is not rise from the dead. I agree. And Rob, he's right again about the tomb. Yes, he is.
Quite a few super chats that have come in. We've reached enough where we're about halfway to our goal with the time allotted to us for those questions at the end.
No, fuck me.
A criminal.
The resurrection. No.
Examination of Jonathan, and then we'll hit repeat, and we'll do that again. In the meantime, we've got a goal with the just guard those. They are saying you. There's a few slides specific. Have the floor. You got 10 minutes. And again, I'll give about a 60-second overlap, especially if you're going to get a question in. I'm going to make sure to be fair to Dr. Ehrman that he has enough time to answer it if you're going to ask a question at the 9th hour, okay? All right, so I've got you in here. Everybody else is ready to go. You're free to go whenever you want, Jonathan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ehrman. I think one of my first questions is regarding the reports from Justin and Tertullian. And I think just to make my point, I believe in their statements. Obviously, they don't believe they're appealing to any of the forgeries. We know that there's forgeries out there. They're writing to the Roman authorities, asking them to produce the records. Essentially, we know you have them. Now,
I'm sorry, we know we what?
No.
I'm not supposed to be asking questions, but I don't know what
yeah. Question, Jonathan. Those things that end with a question mark and an inflection at the end of the sentence, ask them.
Question. Make sure it's a question, Jonathan.
Okay.
Make sure it's a question.
Now, given that Justin Martyr, Tertullian, I know Eusebius, had those citations in there, and they were well published. We know Celsus understood a lot of
Question, Jonathan.
Justin's arguments. Julian would have been certainly familiar with Eusebius's work. Do we actually have any ancient sources as rebuttal witnesses to say, you know, what Justin and Tertullian were referring to is probably forgeries? They didn't know what we're talking about. Do we have any of the caliber of scholarship like a Julian from anything that was captured by a Cyril or anybody else that actually refuted what they were actually saying?
We don't have any Roman source that refers to the writings of Justin or Tertullian, period.
Okay.
So we don't have any rebuttals of what they said about Pilate's reports, because they don't say anything about Justin and Tertullian.
Okay. The next question I want to ask, so in the aftermath of what the disciples were saying, we have Acts that reports that they're starting to amass in Jerusalem. They're starting to promote the narrative out there. Jesus was a criminal. Given Pilate's obviously rule over the area, wouldn't he have had to look in and report back? I mean, if the Jews are reporting that, hey, the disciples stole the body, and if they're reporting that out, wouldn't Pilate have to have cover, start explaining, send out a report to Tiberius? This is what I'm doing to manage what could be perceived as some sort of uprising after we just killed their leader. Looks like they went back to Galilee. Wouldn't Pilate have to have reported something to Tiberius to let him?
The problem with the premise there is that you're assuming that they stole the body. They didn't. It was left on the cross to rot, and then they put them down and threw them in a mass grave. That's it. I don't know why that is not even in your plate, Jonathan, because that we know that's what the Romans did. It was an extra punishment to not be able to get a proper burial because they were criminals. They didn't care what happened to them.
No, hey, you may be getting reports. I'm going to get ahead of the narrative. I'm going to let you know what's going on.
No, he would not have. He would not have had to. You quoted Cicero saying that it was supposed to happen, as you probably know.
Well, I mean, he was a rebel, sure, but he was also a criminal in saying that he was the Messiah and he wasn't. That would have made him a criminal to the Jews. So I mean, potato.
Within the Roman Empire is a very big place, and enforcement of decrees from Rome did not have to be followed out. Often were not followed out. We don't know of any reports that we don't have record of any reports that Pilate filed to Tiberius. So that's my first point. My second point is, as historians, we question all of our sources, including those in the New Testament. You're referring to the book of Acts, where the Christian movement is exploding early on. 50 days after Jesus' death, on the day of Pentecost, Peter preaches a sermon and 5,000 Jews convert. A little while later, Peter preaches another sermon, and in chapter 4, 3,000 more Jews convert. And in between, we're told that they were adding.
Okay, I got to challenge
every
Bart
day.
Ehrman here. I think Bart Ehrman is wrong, and I'll tell you why.
What?
I don't think these people converted. These are if they're Jewish people, they don't. This is not how Judaism works. It's not that they convert. If they believe Jesus was a Lord and Savior, that doesn't mean they stop being Jewish. So this term that he keeps saying convert, I think he's retroactively looking at his own background of people who converted primarily from European ancestry into Christianity. Paul was never what you would call, quote unquote, a Christian. He was always a Jewish man. He was a Jewish man that believed Jesus was the Lord. That doesn't mean he stopped being Jewish. And I find that to be problematic because I don't think Bart Ehrman understands what it means to be Jewish. I don't think he understands Judaism. Like, I've spent a lot of my life studying Judaism, and I think a lot, particularly scholars, from this kind of background don't really understand it because it's not their culture, it's not their heritage, and it leads them. They have a lack of understanding. You know, it's not like European people from like Beowulf saying, "Hey, I'm now a Christian." Yeah, that's a conversion. A Jewish person saying that Jesus is their Messiah would be a fulfillment of a Jewish tradition. What we have now, rabbinic Judaism, is a form of Judaism. It's not only Judaism. And I think that this is a misunderstanding, and it's deeply problematic.
I think that he's just stating the claims that are in the gospel, like in the book of Acts. I think that's what he was doing down there. I don't think that he's like making it's the colloquial use of going from being just a closed Jew to accepting Jesus. And then that's when you quote unquote change categories, right?
But many Jews believed in a Messiah. Wouldn't this just be a fulfillment of a form of Judaism? It wouldn't be non-Judaism. And saying that Jesus is divine, okay, well, you have elements that, you know, people could take, you know, you have sons of gods. Like, this is normal. This is a normal part of the Jewish type of tradition. So I think it's hard when I hear people saying this. I'm like, you just don't understand this culture and these peoples. That's just the way I view it as a person who's studied Judaism and has been really deep in the Jewish communities. I don't grant that perspective. I hear what you're saying.
For example, remember Simon, you probably know about Simon Bar Kokhba, right?
Yeah,
he was
Bar
also
Kokhba did a rebellion. That's correct.
But he was also claimed to be another Messiah.
Sure.
Right? The thing is that when we need to label stuff, we need to ascribe characteristics in order for you to fit that label, right? So if you're a Torah observing and believing Jew, then and you start believing that Jesus died for your sins and the whole spiel, then that's when you cross and you can either consider that you swapped categories or that you are still a Jew that is also like a Christian, but that gets into like murky territory with like characteristics and so on.
I'm going to say something that might be, and sorry, PhD, this is my field. Like, religion's my field. Like, I know comparative religion and I know Judaism. That's my shtick. I know Judaism really, really well. I've spent many years studying Judaism. So it's hard to hear, like, the term Christian is a made-up word. I know this is going to sound offensive, but it is.
All words are made up.
No, but I'm saying for the community. Jesus didn't say, I'm a Christian teaching Christianity. This is a word that comes later. It is an exonym. It is not an endonym. So what you could say about the word Christian is a descriptive term. It's a term that describes this community. I can't say Jesus didn't teach Judaism. He was a Jewish man who taught Judaism. That is irrefutable. It is undeniable. That is just the fact. And anybody, you can debate me, but you're not going to win. Like, that's the point.
Right, but the thing is that the Christian doctrine doesn't come from Jesus, comes from Paul. So I still hold that Christians should call themselves Paulistians. Welcome, Tony. How are you doing?
Hi. So I disagree with your interpretation of what Bart was saying, not with what you're saying. So you're saying that the Jews who adopted the interpretation that Christ was the Messiah still considered themselves to be Jews. I agree 100%. And indeed, whether or not you had to be Jewish in order to be Christian was a major sort of theological bottleneck early on in the development of Christianity, and the vast majority of what Paul would have called Christians never abandoned their Jewish faith. But what I think that Bart is doing is he's summarizing Paul's claim. I don't think he's making the claim that people converted to Christianity. I think he's saying Paul made the claim that these people converted to Christianity. That's how I interpret what he's saying, and that's why I say I because what you're saying here is absolutely true. Most of there were Jewish followers who believed in lots of messiahs, as both of you have correctly pointed out, and in particular Christ as a messiah, as a messianic figure, and they did not consider themselves to have left Judaism. They still considered themselves Jewish because their Jewish identity was critical to them. And it took some time for Paul to sort of transition, but by the time of his later ministry, he certainly regarded that Christianity was not identical with Judaism, that it was open to Gentiles to enter. And so he sort of retrofitted what had happened in the early stages and then said they're converting to Christianity. Whereas that's not, as you point out, that wasn't what they were doing. So I think you're correct to point out that's not what these people thought they were doing. That's not what they were doing. But I think it is what Paul claimed that they were doing. And Bart Ehrman is repeating Paul's claim.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's interesting. I think that's an interesting analysis. It's fascinating thing because like when I think of Judaism, it's not monolithic and it's polylithic. Like the Judaism we have now is a form of Pharisaic rabbinic Judaism. It's not Judaism. It's just a form of Judaism that happened to persist. In the New Testament's a great text. The Gospel is a great text because it teaches us this. It teaches us about other factions of Jews, like the Sadducees, who are the priestly Jews that don't exist right now. And it's actually a very hard thing for the rabbinic Jewish community because there's not a legitimacy of priestly blood. Only the Sadducees
not to interrupt you too much, but many Jews of Christ's time would have said that the Sadducees were not a legitimate priestly class.
Well, say the Pharisees would challenge them. Their opponents, the Pharisees would say that, and then the Sadducees say, well, you're not legitimate. You don't even have priestly stuff. You're reliant on rabbis. So they had a conflict. They were like, you're saying that there's this thing called the Mishnah. There's this oral Torah. That's a lie. That's not true. You're saying there's heaven and hell. That doesn't exist. You made that up. You fabricated that. So they might have challenged their lineage and they'd say, you fabricated this whole narrative of oral Torah. You're just putting that in. So there was a lot of tension. There was a lot of conflict. So I think that that's a fascinating thing about the early Judaism is not this monolithic people think it is. Like there's just like there's a synagogue.
We can still see some of the remnants of that polylithic kind of view in the fact that you have Hasidic Jews, you have Orthodox Jews, you have more like people who do believe in God, but they are not like Torah observing and so on, and that kind of thing. It's like but that happens with everything. The same way, like you have the same kind of non-uniformism in everything, from politics, religion to like every aspect of life is like that because it's just how humans are. One
of the things that really interests me about the biblical text is that there's very little allusion to the fact that the Sadducees and the Pharisees were theologically and politically in opposite camps. That doesn't come across in the biblical narrative that much. That's an email from a climate institute. So I'm not sure I'm going to get much sex out of that. But thank you for thinking so highly out of me. I realize in retrospect that what I said in the chat could be interpreted as an attack on Issa's credibility or credentials, which I didn't intend at all, Issa.
You're totally good, bro. And I'm so glad you came on the stage to clarify. And I do hear that. I understand that. I just felt like when I heard him saying this, I'm like, there's so much nuance to this stuff. Like, it's not just like, oh, here's Jew, here's Christian. It's a lot more murkier. There's a lot more murkier waters. I think it's a lot more definitive now. But I think at the time, I think it was just a very murky place because people believed, like, a lot of people believed in messiahs. Like there was one messiah later on, who's a claimed messiah who became a Muslim. His name was Sabotage Fee. So a lot of people believed he was the messiah. And a messiah was a very powerful being. It wasn't just like, oh, this is a man, just like a regular man. You know, now like rabbinic Jews are taking that position, but a lot of the times this is like a very powerful person that's going to bring peace to the land, you know, and it's
and will be king and will bring like everyone under the same banner and will make everyone believe in God. There's very specific things about the Messiah. But there are so many people to have claimed to be the Messiah, which makes it a little bit iffy into like who was the real one.
Well, the thing,
the
interesting thing to me from my reading is that there is a tendency, and I criticized it before, to treat Christianity as a monolith. But in this early stage in particular, in early Christianity, it really wasn't. And there was a lot of ink shed over the question of whether or not you could be a Christian without being Jewish, whether or not you needed to be circumcised to be Jewish. And it was by no means clear. And Paul's claim that entry into Christianity could be achieved by non-Jews was met with violent resistance. There were strong theological arguments presented against this, and we now look back and we say, well, Paul won. We have a tendency to see this continuity but at the time, again, as you say, it was very, very murky. The theology hadn't been settled. These were still open issues. And Paul, to some extent in his reporting, is glossing over the fact that for these Jews, accepting Jesus as a Messiah meant nothing about repudiating Judaism. That was not on their radar at all. And you can certainly make the case based on a reading of Christ's teachings that he was in no way advocating for a new religion. He was advocating for religious reform, but not a new religion. He was not trying to replace Judaism in any sense whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. And that's why Paul invented the circumcision of the heart. Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
It means our hearts have dicks. Like,
yes.
You're so silly. You're silly. You're silly. You know what's funny though? Max would be considered an amazing Muslim because many Muslims hate Paul. Like and Jews do too. A lot, like rabbinic Jews, they all really hate Paul. Paul is like a very well-hated figure.
I don't hate him. I just think that he was a liar and either a liar or he hit his head and then started like his mind like changed because he started having hallucinations and so on. But let's keep it going.
You don't think he's a good guy though. You think he's a crook. Like you don't think he's like a hero. You know, like for Christians, he's this great hero, and you're like, no, he's a villain. He's a villain, or he's an incompetent being. Like, but none of it's good. He doesn't get a good pass.
Yes, that's kind of the thing. He went. It's claimed he went around killing people and so on. So it's like, nah. And my biggest problem, even if I take my atheist hat for a second, I don't understand how you have in the Old Testament. You have in the Old Testament Yahweh saying over and over, the law is forever. All the law is forever. You have to keep it. And then you have Jesus. All the law is forever. And then you have Paul saying like, it's all good. We can just do our own thing. And that I don't understand how people don't see that. All right, let's keep it going.
That means that within about 2 months of Jesus' death, according to the book of Acts, that there would have been something like 10,000 Jews in Jerusalem who converted to Christianity. There is no way that could be right historically. We have records of what's going on in Judaism in the first century, especially by Josephus, who says not a word about any of that. Christianity started out as a very small movement. They were not widely known. According to Matthew, they're not even in Jerusalem. And according to Matthew, the disciples have gone up to Galilee. And so, so I think the answer is that you cannot take Acts as a historical source. If it was a you certainly cannot think the 10,000 Jews in Jerusalem have now become Christian. There's no record of anything like that. If they had, no, Pilate would not have had to report back to Tiberius.
Just a follow-up question on that. Now, Pliny, when he saw the Jews spreading across his province, reported it to an enlightened emperor like Trajan, different character, much different than Tiberius. We have Tacitus that does report, or at least seems to report on the outbreak in Judea. He calls it as an evil that spread across and eventually got to Rome. I mean, by 51, 52, I mean, Paul's writing to a number of these churches within 20 years of the event. And wouldn't that support the growing movement of Christianity? How big it has spread from the time of 33?
Yeah. So I have an entire book on
Yeah, but 20 years is not the same as the claim that are in the book. That's 20 years is a way longer time than just a couple of months to have 10,000 conversions.
this topic on how quickly Christianity spread. My book is called The Triumph of Christianity. I try to show what the rate of growth was and how quickly it grew. If you actually look at the numbers, it looks like that by about the end of the first Christian century, say around the year 100, there may have been about 10,000 Christians in the world. That's out of 60 million people. So it's what is that? 1/60th of a percent, something. And so I think we do know something about the growth of Christianity. The letters that Paul's writing are not to the churches in Judea. We don't have any writings written to churches in Judea at the time. And so what happened later with Pliny is completely exceptional. As you probably know, Pliny's correspondence with Trajan takes up 10 volumes, and it is the only thing like it that we know of in the world, and it's in the ancient Roman world, and it's completely distinct. Pliny spends part of one letter talking about the Christians out of 10 volumes. He sends one letter to Trajan. Trajan writes back and sends about a paragraph in response, and that's it. Pliny, so Pliny is not evidence that there were millions of Christians in the world, I'm afraid.
No, yeah. So let's talk about Pilate's action. So if we look at the numbers, or the movement did spread. Obviously, Tacitus is referring to some sort of growth and movement over there. I mean, Pilate investigated and went after Galilean worshipers. I don't know if there was millions of them. Obviously,
what do you mean? You're talking about Jews?
Yeah, Jews. So the Galilean worshipers in the temple. He went after a group like that. He went after the Samaritan prophet. So if the Christians are starting to organize in the aftermath, why don't we see any action to kind of quell that uprising? Whether it's 500, whether it's 1,000. With John the Baptist,
I don't think it's 500 or 1,000. I think it's so I don't understand what this has to do with the resurrection exactly.
Well, one of the points I made throughout my debate is that the Roman Empire, Pilate, Herod, they were going to quell any type of uprising. And in the aftermath of the resurrection, I mean, even you have said, yeah, they believe that Peter or Mary believed that they saw him. They're starting to promote this. They go back to Jerusalem.
But why would that be like an insurrection? If people believed stuff, that doesn't forcefully mean that they were like planning an insurrection or to take action. The framings of this guy, they're all incorrect. It's wild.
Yeah, that's the key. Like, he is imputing that there has to be some sort of governmental response, that the increasing spread and apparently popularity of this cult is requires some sort of government intervention. There's no indication of that whatsoever. In fact, from a Roman point of view, if it undermines the monolithic Jewish identity, then it's a good thing.
Right.
It's not to be discouraged at all. In fact, it's to be encouraged. So I don't see I don't see his reasoning here. And again, as Bart points out, it's got nothing to do with the resurrection.
Right.
Jerusalem, and they're promoting this. Why doesn't Herod? And it's back to Dr. Carrier's point. They're starting to promote this narrative. And why don't we see any action from the rule?
Jonathan, repeat with me. Carrier is a mythicist. You cannot use him. He doesn't think that Jesus existed. Therefore, he doesn't think that the resurrection even happened, because he doesn't think that the guy was even crucified, because he was not real to Carrier. Why are you doing this? That will get you 50 more things.
Authorities, Herod, who wouldn't want an uprising, he doesn't want to lose his territory, and Pilate doesn't want to be looked at as not managing crisis.
Okay.
Why aren't they doing anything?
Yeah, but it sounds like you're arguing my position. I mean, because I'm saying there wasn't a big movement. You're saying there is a big movement, and you're asking why didn't they squash it then? Okay, well, if you think it was a big movement, why didn't they quash it?
Well, my thesis lines it out, because they would have looked into the events of the time. Pilate, and this is the point of Dr. Carey's argument.
How's it demonstrate the resurrection?
Well, so first we have 2 points. We have Justin and Tertullian that says there was a report. The actions of Maximus.
No. Okay, let me answer your question. My answer is that if there was a huge Christian movement in Judea, according to you, they would have tried to quash it. But you don't know why. But you know they did not try to quash it. So either there wasn't a big movement, or there's some other explanation. But you haven't said what the other explanation is.
Well, the other explanation is they checked it out and they couldn't.
They found out that that Jesus really was raised from the dead. And they believed that Jesus was raised from the dead. Pontius Pilate and the Emperor Tiberius of Rome believed that Jesus got raised from the dead. That's your thesis.
Well, yeah, that's what allowed them to grow and expand. If you think about it, well,
Stop it right there. Stop it right there. So the debate's over at this point, right?
Yeah.
If he's going to throw that out as a hypothesis, that completely illogical absurdity as a part of his argumentation, he can just get laughed off stage. That is a completely unserious and unhistorical position to adopt.
Yeah. He doesn't get it though, and you'll see. We circle this a little bit further, and he still doesn't get it. That he's claiming that people who were decidedly not Christian accepted that Jesus resurrected, which is foolish at best.
I got to make sure you're asking questions at this point.
Okay.
I'll just say in response to that, there is no way on God's green earth that Tiberius, the emperor of Rome, became a Christian.
No,
if that's your historical case, John.
No.
Oh my God, I love Bart Ehrman. He's the best.
That's not my case. Now they weren't men of the Enlightenment.
You just said it was. Oh no, we're getting into I didn't say that territory after you clearly did say that.
You do believe that Pilate and Tiberius were not men of the Enlightenment. They did believe, Tiberius believed in astrology. They did believe in the gods. They believed in pagan gods. That's right. Exactly. So if they investigated something and recognized, and the point of my opening was the educated elite were able to tell the difference. They weren't the populace. So
Tiberius looked into it, and he decided Jesus really was raised from the dead. This is your historical conclusion? I think that is rather far-fetched. We know a lot about Tiberius.
Yes, but so, and this goes back to the other question. I mean, how big was the movement on the Samaritans moving up? And Pilate crushed that right away.
Jonathan, if you want to get another question in, you got about 30 seconds, boss.
Oh, okay. No, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ehrman.
Okay, good, thanks. Okay, so, okay, well, I think we just established that you think that both Pontius Pilate and Tiberius became Christians?
No, what I was trying to establish from the report is they recognized that there was his guards were there.
No, I'm just asking, do you think they believed in Jesus' resurrection? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, I believe that's what allowed the Christians to spread and grow, and they didn't,
because Tiberius and Pilate, the Emperor Tiberius in Rome became a believer in Jesus' resurrection.
No, he didn't become a believer in the resurrection, but he recognized there was a supernatural event.
What was the supernatural event?
Well, the resurrection.
So he did believe it.
Well, he believed what had transpired in Judea was a supernatural event.
Dude, Jonathan, you can't have your cake and eat it too. This is silly. Inquisitive Imperial for $2. Thank you so much. Oh, shit. The guy I killed came back as a zombie. Jonathan, you're speaking out of both corners of your mouth. You're saying P and not P. That's not the case.
Yeah, he believed Jesus got raised from the dead. Oh, yes. He believed in the resurrection of Jesus, but he did not become a Christian.
No.
What are our biographical references to Tiberius in the ancient record? What kind of information do we have about Tiberius, and from whom?
Well, we have Tacitus, Suetonius. I know who write a lot about him. And yeah, obviously.
How about Plutarch? Do we have a biography by Plutarch?
On Tiberius? I don't believe so. On Tiberius.
Do any Roman historians that talk about Tiberius say anything about his becoming committed to the resurrection of Jesus?
No.
Does any of them ever say that Tiberius knew anything about Jesus?
No.
Does any of our external records about Pontius Pilate say that he came to believe in the resurrection?
Well, we have Tertullian's report.
No. Roman.
Oh, his father was Roman. But no, actually, the ancients are.
What are our sources for Josephus? I mean, for what are our records for Pilate outside of the New Testament?
Well, Philo, obviously Philo and Josephus write extensively.
Do either of them talk about his knowledge of Jesus?
Well,
at all?
Obviously, no. Josephus. Obviously, there's a disputed passage. Josephus does talk about.
No. I'm talking about whether Pilate. No, do Josephus and Philo, who are references or sources for understanding Pilate, do they say anything about Pilate knowing about Jesus?
No, but they don't. They mention Christianity, and they don't explain. Or Josephus mentions Christianity, the movement, and doesn't.
Do you think Josephus believed in the resurrection of Jesus?
No, but I knew as a historian and with his background.
I don't think Jonathan is really qualified to talk about this, and that's why it's hurting him,
Yeah. That's what Rob says. Jonathan knows a whole load of names. I'll give him that. Related facts are a little flimsy.
The problem,
Oh, go.
Oh, I was going to say, the big problem I think that Jonathan has in this debate is the external sources outside of the gospel do not prove the case that he wants.
No.
And Bart Ehrman knows that, and he hits it right on the head. Dr. Ehrman hits it. He's like, look, does Josephus agree with your position on the narrative of the gospel? No. Do any of these scholars, these tertiary sources and secondary sources, support what you're saying? No. And he knows, and it's like, it's trouble. And this is the difficulty. You're trying to conflate all the sources and say, well, this promotes the narrative. It doesn't, unfortunately. It's just not. if you want to use the historical critical method, it just doesn't work in your favor. And this works for Islam too. I actually am taking a hadith class, and we were talking about the historical critical method against, in engaging Islamic sources. It's the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at hadith sources, there's a lot of fabrications. Muslims trust the sources, scholars don't. So they come from very different places. Scholars who don't trust Christianity do not, it's the same thing. They're not like, the Christians will say, yeah, I believe these sources because it's part of my faith. The historical critical method's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to sift through what's true and what's not here. Look, using this type of method, and it applies everywhere. And I think that it's a hardship for faith.
It's very inconsistent though, because I remember before I had to disconnect, I was watching the debate with Nadir, and Nadir, even when cited with Sahih hadith, he was like, no, that's a fake hadith. It's like, wait, even in your standards, this hadith is graded Sahih, and just because you don't like what it says, you dismiss it as a fake one. Okay, so how do we know then? What do we do now? Because we have problems with, if you're telling me that Sahih hadith are fake, then what's our standard? Right? Yeah,
That's true. That's
very flimsy.
That's true.
Ground and his ability to access records, he doesn't provide a counter narrative to that. It would have served him very well for the Vespasian. Like, hey,
the fact that Josephus does not come up with some other explanation for the resurrection demonstrates that the resurrection happened.
No, but it is a negative fact when we look.
What the fuck is a negative fact? Jonathan, you're making up shit. That gets you 10 dings.
Well, what makes you think the resurrection did happen? I mean, you're supposed to be arguing that Jesus was raised from the dead on historical grounds. And so what's your argument?
Well, one of the first points I made is that we have all these perspectives on the case. And I think you would agree that Celsus, Porphyry, Julian...
Doesn't Celsus give an alternative explanation?
But it's not a credible one.
Now that you get your stupid criteria fulfilled, you hand wave dismiss. You request an alternative explanation. You get given one, and it's like, nah, it's not credible. Jonathan.
Well, the argument that Celsus makes, and I actually think it should be Celsus if we're going to go by classical Latin pronunciation, but however you pronounce his name, his criticism was, well, Christianity sounds just like every other sort of hero cult of around this time. And there are, is it Apollonius of Tyre?
Apollonius of Tiana.
Yeah, so is sort of a classic example, who also had a magical birth, who also did this, that, and the other, and had miracles. And there were a bunch of people who raised people from the dead, according to statements at the time. And the idea that you only reject a hypothesis if there's evidence against it, that's not how any investigation works. You need supporting evidence for your hypothesis. It may be what he is saying isn't directly contradicted by the evidence, but there's absolutely no supporting evidence for anything he's claiming. You can't just make stuff up out of whole cloth and tailor it so that it fits with the available historical evidence, and then say, well, it must, it's a valid position because there's nothing that contradicts it. Mm-hmm. And then, as you point out, reject stuff that contradicts it. Like it's fatuous on every single level.
There's, for example, in the temples of Asclepius, there are literal stone tablets inscribed with the healings that Asclepius did. And they would not consider those, which are like carved in stone, as evidence for the miracles of Asclepius. But somehow this actually counts as evidence for him, like a negative fact. No sense whatsoever.
I see. You mentioned, you wondered why Livy didn't say anything about the resurrection?
No, I didn't. What I was trying to showcase, what I said was Plutarch. Plutarch goes through a number of cases or resurrection scenarios similar to Jesus. The point that I made is it's actually interesting that he doesn't bring up Jesus's name in the 2nd century at a time.
Very interesting. So how do you explain that? How do you explain that Plutarch never mentions Jesus?
Well, I think it's clear. They had no information. Now, obviously, you're a court historian. You're not going to put out something that could potentially embarrass the emperor.
If Plutarch had no information, then why would you expect a counter narrative?
Well, he's speaking about, he's bringing up in his biographies all these supernatural events that kind of align with the Christian. It is interesting that he doesn't provide a falsification for Jesus of Nazareth.
You just said he doesn't know about Jesus.
No, I never said he didn't know.
He does know.
You did.
Yes, he literally did just say that Plutarch knows nothing about Jesus. That is what he said, and now he's realizing that was a mistake, and he shot himself in the foot.
Yeah, it's wild, and he keeps doing this, going on and on and on. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh, he knows about Jesus, but never mentions him.
Well, no, what I'm saying is history has been out there. Tacitus, Pliny, and so
Bart is getting like, look at him, he's getting frustrated. He's like, oh, I can't deal with this nonsense. Like, look at that face. I've never seen him like get actually a little bit pissed, but he does look like, dude, you're just saying P and not P over and over.
Tacitus, Pliny, and Suetonius all show that Christians were on the empire. They all associated with destructive superstition, which would be congruent with the resurrection of Christ. It's out there. They're very aware about it. What's missing in all their narratives is a falsification. And what I've showed from Plutarch, Livy, is the educated elite understood, and this is the point of Lucian too. We don't have what Lucian provided for Alexander, the false prophet. We don't have for Jesus. And Lucian actually attacked Christians. Why was he able to do that with Alexander, but not for Jesus? Unless there wasn't information to do.
Unless there wasn't information.
There wasn't a naturalistic explanation for what happened.
Okay. Except for the women being hysterical, for example.
That's not a naturalistic. You can.
That is a naturalistic explanation. Bereavement. What is it called? Bereavement disorder. When you're grieving and you get hallucinations of people coming back and so on. I think that's the name. Hysterical has some connotations that I don't like, but bereavement disorder is a perfectly plausible explanation. We can see that happening today.
Debunk that. That's a.
How can you debunk that? If a Roman who's attacking Christianity says that women said they saw Jesus but they were hysterical, how do you attack that?
Well, remember the argument that Paul made before Festus and Agrippa is that this is a falsifiable event. The point of what he was saying to Festus and Agrippa is, you guys own this territory. You're well aware of the events. You can check it out. There was a tomb. There was information out there to debunk it. That's all they had to do. If there was no tomb, that's all they had to say. There was no tomb in Jerusalem.
Okay, so where was the tomb?
In Jerusalem, it was a tomb by Joseph of Arimathea.
Yeah, if they wanted to go find the tomb, where would they go?
Well, they would go into Jerusalem. They would be able to check in to the Roman Empire would be able to check in and find out who Joseph. He was a member of the Sanhedrin. They would inspect where the tomb
Is he mentioned in any Roman sources?
No, he's not mentioned in there.
Okay.
However, what we do have from Hegesippus is a report on Domitian where he went back and looked into the family of Jesus, which shows even 50, 60 years after the event, you can get information from the family of Jesus and what's happened.
How is somebody like Plutarch, how would he know where Jesus' tomb had been?
I mean, he's a man of the ancient world. What we see
No,
with
but how would anybody? I mean, if you today wanted to find where Jesus' tomb was, how would you find it? Would you go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and say that? Yeah,
I'd have to dig under. Remember, there was pilgrimages going on. Jews, even after they were kicked out.
When were the first Christian pilgrimages to Jerusalem?
Well, I'm saying that the Jews, even when they were exiled from their land, still were going back over to the area.
I'm asking where a particular tomb was. How
And
do you
so
I just want to
falsify
say
a
one
report by
comment.
going
I
to
have
a
one
tomb?
comment on this.
Yes.
I think Bart Ehrman is a really good debater. Like for
He's
an
so
academic,
good.
and a scholar, like this is not like, remember when Richard Carrier debated?
Yes.
I love the guy. He's very sweet, but debating is not exactly his forte. Like, you know what I mean? Like you saw when he debated against IP, like IP is a person who debates all the time. So he kind of knows the stuff. And I think Richard Carrier did the best he could, but it's tough. So
Yeah.
Bart Ehrman is actually a talented debater. He has the skills and he's like, he knows how to tear the points apart. He's like, oh, you said this happens. Where's the historical evidence for this? Can you show me? Is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre? Is it the Garden Tomb? Can you show me that? And this gentleman should have been prepared for these questions. He should be prepared for what his opponent is saying and having good answers. And unfortunately, that's not the case.
That I don't think that could ever be possible because his argument is just trash from the start. So I don't think there's no way. And of course, Bart Ehrman is good. He knows his stuff. So he's asking like very simple questions like, okay, you claim where's this tomb? And the Blackburn Big Dragon says the Christians would not have lost that tomb. No, it would have become like something like Mecca, right? It would have become something like probably even bigger than the Kaaba. This is wild.
100 years later.
And Bart's second question is, let's suppose that they were guided exactly to where the tomb was, right? Let's suppose that the location of the tomb was known to history today, and we could go and visit and we could stand outside it. In what way would that substantiate the resurrection story?
That's true. You would have to hold on, Tony. You're feeding back a little bit. No, I mean, because even if we got the tomb today, there could still be it could still be that the body got like robbed or other alternatives. It was never put in the tomb in the first place. There are possibilities there. So even finding the tomb doesn't grant you the resurrection. It just doesn't.
It's hard.
But
this is a very hard thing because we're trying to use supernatural logic for engaging this to engage with supernatural stuff. And I think that's just really hard. I don't know how you can really debate and say, I can prove resurrection. I've heard people say that. I've heard Christians argue that. I'm like, how exactly? I mean, I think a better position is just say it's faith. You just believe it. And I think it's a more honest position. Just say I believe this. I can't show it, but I do believe it. And I think I like that position better.
And that's fine. That's, for example, that's what Toon does. Like, he is a Christian, he has faith, but he rarely talks about it because it's a personal position. It's an internal thing. It's like, okay, and I don't have a problem with that. And even further, if it helps you be a better person, if it helps you lend a hand to someone in need, it's like, oh, all the better for it, right? I do have a problem with the people that say, oh, if I didn't have Christianity, I would be a complete psychopath, right? That is a little bit too much.
Herod and Antipas and Pilate were there. Festus, are you saying that Festus and Agrippa, territories that they're overseeing, couldn't go back there within 20 years of the event?
Nobody knew where the tomb was.
Jonathan, you have to answer the question, not ask it.
Okay, my bad. I apologize.
So there's no record of anybody knowing where the tomb was until 300 years later. And so if Plutarch wanted to find the tomb, I don't know if you've been to Jerusalem, but on the Mount of Olives, they have this huge cemetery. You got all these tombs. Well, how do you say, oh yeah, that's the one? I mean, I'm just trying to think what you're imagining when somebody 100 years later, and if somebody says, oh yes, this was Jesus' tomb, and Plutarch goes to it and says, yeah, well, it's empty. Huh, I guess he got raised from the dead. Is that what you're imagining?
No. I'm not imagining that point.
What when you say that Plutarch doesn't come up with an explanation for the empty tomb, I don't know what you're saying.
Well, he was able to provide an explanation. He had information on Romulus. He had information on Aristeas. 400 or 500. Where is he getting information?
Yeah, from literary sources. How many literary sources did Plutarch have about the Christians?
Well, I don't have all his references, but he was well educated. He was resourceful. He had information.
Does Plutarch talk about the Christians?
No, he does not.
No.
Okay, you got time for one more question, Dr. Ehrman. One more question.
So, I would like. So my question is: do you have any positive evidence that Jesus was raised from the dead? You're saying they would have come up with a counter narrative. I kind of doubt that. What is your positive evidence that Jesus was raised from the dead?
Well, we do have the Gospels. So all 4 Gospels.
The Gospels make the claim, dumbass.
It'll be like arguing that the Bhagavad Gita tells us the narrative of Arjuna and Krishna, and saying, well, Arjuna and Krishna had this event where Krishna was a lord, and Arjuna was, this divine king that had to, battle against his family. And that's proof because the Bhagavad Gita is written. So we trust the Bhagavad Gita based on the Bhagavad Gita. That's basically the position he's taking.
Yeah, that's why I gave him 9 dings for making a perfectly round circle. Rob, who is a Christian, says the resurrection is a pure faith thing. I don't see it as provable in any way at all, even if we had a tomb and documents.
I agree.
Yeah, this is the. Sorry.
Go. No, it's okay. Go.
No, it was just the point that I was trying to make before, and you guys and Bart both homed in on it. It tells you nothing, I don't know how this guy got into public, and sort of presented this as though it was in any way serious.
Right?
It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, it is. Like, I mean, don't these people have friends who to check if this argument, like, hey, do you mind reading this, seeing if it makes any kind of sense? Like, dude, Christians, if you're a Christian debater or if you're a Muslim debater, you need to get yourself an atheist friend to double check your arguments to make sure that you're not making yourself look like an absolute doofus. Because, Jonathan, this has got to be the worst argument I have ever heard. Ever for Christianity.
That he rose from the dead.
So as a historian, if you have 4 accounts written 60 years later, they all say something that would be a violation of natural law, it probably happened. Is that your view?
No, I think we have all these other circumstances that I put together in my opening thesis that covers all those points. It's not just the negative fact, it's everything together.
Okay. I'm going to have to pause this right there and switch sides here. So now we're going to do a second grouping cross exam. So if you want to hold your spot somewhere and try to remember, I'll give you a minute to do that. Jonathan, you're going into the questioning of Dr. Ehrman now.
I'll be right back.
You'll also have 10 minutes. Again, I'll let you overlap a little bit. Audience, good job on getting those questions in. Thank you for addressing the proper panelists. We might have time for maybe a few more of those if you want to send those in. Jonathan, go ahead. I'll start your time.
Okay. All right, Dr. Ehrman, one of the things I want to talk to you about is your contention against the burial tomb. Now, obviously, we have quotes from the gospel, which you're aware of, in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, promoting a tomb narrative. Obviously, in the Gospel of Peter, it contains a tomb narrative. We also have Celsus that is interacting with the tomb narrative, and we have reports from the Jewish sources. You know, obviously, Tertullian, Justin, they're interacting with Jews, and they're getting some information. And we even have the Toldus Jesu.
I'm sorry. What Jewish sources do we have for the tomb?
You know, I was just thinking when I went to the toilet. Now, he mentioned the Gospels. Like, one thing that I find quite interesting is that why are we, for example, limited to the canonical Gospels? Because, for example, we have the Gospel of Peter that when they go to the tomb, a giant Jesus comes out of it, and behind him, a giant walking, talking cross. Like, why do we just hand-wave dismiss that? Because it doesn't fit? Because it's not real enough? It's like, well, I mean, that would be, if I use Jonathan's logic, that would be a negative fact that the resurrection didn't happen because people were making up absolutely crazy stories about it. And I think that is a more fair argument than anything Jonathan has said today.
I do think there's something interesting about Jonathan. It's like, you bring up a good point. Are we going to look at these other sources? Are we going to look at non-canonical gospels? Are they considered historical fact too? If we're granting canonical gospel to be historical fact, are we going to grant like apocryphal non-canonical texts? Right. Are they on the table? And I think if we're using his logic, we should put everything on the table.
I don't know if this helps, but he's an Anglican. I have no idea what that is.
An Anglican is, you know, King Henry VIII.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, the Anglican or Episcopalian Church kind of split from the Catholic Church because he wanted to marry, because he wanted to get a divorce and marry this woman, right? Yeah. And basically, you can't do that in Catholicism. You have to get this thing called an annulment, you know, and he wasn't the Pope did not grant him that. So he basically did a separate movement, which is basically, it's like kind of Catholic light, Anglican Episcopalian tradition, sort of like Catholic light, in my understanding. Yeah. And I mean, PhD Tony can correct me if I'm wrong about this, because PhD Tony is more of an expert in, you know, Catholic stuff than I am. But what I do know is that that's the case, is that's what happened. Is King Henry VIII wanted to get, you know, this wife, he couldn't get it, and he basically made Catholic light. So Anglican, they have pretty much all the same kind of stuff that Catholics have, and
certainly high Anglicans. Yeah, it's basically Catholicism with a brand change.
Exactly.
But Anglicanism more generally has sort of deviated from that a little bit. But yeah, not a lot. It is a vaguely Protestant, but not, you know, it's not as divergent as Lutheranism or any of these other sort of Protestant movements. But yeah, that it's a pretty good summary.
I went to a bilingual school, so I did have British history as part of like the curriculum. And the part of Henry VIII and him just chopping his wife's head left and right, that was kind of weird to get into history as like a kid in 3rd or 4th year in school, like primary school.
He was a very strange bird. He was a strange bird.
Oh yeah.
We have Justin Martyr.
Sorry, I'm not supposed to ask questions. I'm just clarify your question for me, please.
Yeah. Give specifics, not generalize. That might help us out a little bit. I'll pause the time on that. I'll give you an extra 15 seconds to give specifics on that, please.
Okay. So In Matthew 28, he says a polemic where the Jews came by night and stole him away. Justin Martyr, in his dialogue with Trofer, proclaimed that the Jews were promoting a godless and lawless heresy, that there was a Galilean seeing who we crucified, but the disciples stole him away. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Totodoth Jesu, where the cabbage farmer heard about the, but what we see.
So let me respond to that as a question. The first two sources you cited are not Jewish sources. We don't have any Jewish sources from the period that talk about the tomb of Jesus. The Totodoth Jesu, as you probably know, is medieval.
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
So it's a very critical account of Jesus that's very attacks Jesus and the stories about him. It's a complete counter narrative to the entire gospel. Mm-hmm. So I don't think the Toledoth is going to help you very much for your case about counter narratives.
So the question is, so we have three statements from Celsus that is interacting with the tomb argument. He doesn't, while he's trying to exploit weaknesses in the gospel arguments, he doesn't doubt the tomb. He actually makes fun of Christians, like, you're making fun of the people in Crete, but you guys worship the thing. So the question is, we have the four gospels that are referencing, and even though you believe they came out later, I'm assuming you would assume they come from earlier sources. Everywhere we look, there is this tomb narrative. So how do you rule out all those indications or lead that reference a tomb narrative? So you have the four gospels. Justin and Tertullian are at least communicating with Jews, and that's what the information they're passing on. You have Celsus. Obviously, you have an interesting allusion in the Satyricon about the tale of the Ephesian. You have the Nazareth description. So everything seems to point to a tomb.
Well, the Satyricon, Petronius doesn't say anything about an empty tomb.
Well, there's a tale of the Ephesian widow that
that is not about Jesus. Have you read that?
Well, what I'm saying is it's an illusion.
It's a very interesting tale. It's very funny too, but it's gallows humor, because it's all about how Romans did not bury people on the day they got crucified.
Oh, boom, wrecked.
So the question is, we do have all these references.
So when you say all of these references, we should think about what the sources of information are. So what historians do is they try to figure out, how many sources of information do we have? Are they near to the time itself? Are they independent of each other? Do they corroborate each other, et cetera, et cetera? And so you do that. So when it comes to the empty tomb, it is never mentioned by the Apostle Paul. It is never mentioned by any of the other authors of the New Testament.
But Paul does say he was buried.
Yeah, but being buried just means that they did something with his remains.
Yeah, I mean, being buried could be just dropped in a common pit, like a large hole with all the other criminals.
Wouldn't that be consistent with the empty tomb?
Yes, and it'd be consistent with them being thrown into a mass burial spot or being put into a ditch and have dirt covered over you. Okay. It doesn't say anything about an empty tomb.
And so the four gospel accounts.
So you got the four gospel accounts. And Mark is the source, yes, but they're not independent sources. That's my point. So Matthew and Luke got it from Mark. So you don't have four independent sources. Justin talks about the memoirs of the apostles. He had the gospels. Tertullian calls them Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and he read them. Both of them are basing their views about Jesus on the gospels. So you don't have all of these sources. You have sources that are reliant on an earlier source that we have. You don't have any mention of an empty tomb until about the year 70 by somebody who's living in, somebody who was not living in Israel, gives no evidence he'd ever been in Israel, let alone.
This is nice. Magos New York, someone who has tried reading the Bible 3 times but can't get through it because I can't get over the fact that people believe that BS. I have to say, I really appreciate this stream. Thanks to all on the panel. Well, thank you for being here with us, and thank all of you. the rest of you that are over there, and of course Isa and PhD Tony.
Oh, well,
That's
I'm a third wheel. I'm completely unimportant here. I'm basking in reflected glory.
No, you're a part of the team.
Tony is busy with a side debate. Daryl is on the wild side today.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Daryl, but sort of at the moment he seems to have interpreted my stuff as personal attacks and then started personally attacking me. And this stream is actually about something else. It's not about him. So maybe he can spend some time in timeout and maybe come back with a better attitude.
Fair enough.
In Jerusalem, gives no evidence he talked to any eyewitnesses. He is saying that there was an empty tomb. That's our source. So maybe 40 years later, somebody knows that the women went to the tomb, found it empty. But the other point to consider is that when historians look at their sources, they look for consistency. And the empty tomb is a big problem for people interested in consistency. How many women go there? What do they see there? Was the stone rolled away or was it not rolled away? You can just go on and on. So if you have all of these inconsistencies about this story and the story doesn't originate until 40 years after the event, how reliable is it?
Oh, the silence of concession. We got it.
That is a really, really great point. And it's the inconsistencies between the stories. If the stories were actually perfectly consistent, that would also be that would be problematic, because it would suggest that they are derived unambiguously from a common source and have just slavishly followed that common source. But what you seem to have here is different authors heard that the women went to the tomb, and they've made up different stories about how many women, what they saw, who was there, etc., etc. So they've gotten sort of the vague outlines, and then they've interpolated on it as a good storyteller will. People will ask questions. Don't just tell me that women went. Which women? How many of them? What did they see? An audience is going to want answers to these questions, and it's a clear sign that the authors of the Gospels have interpolated, sort of on a very basic narrative that they've inherited from somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Q hypothesis comes up in a little bit.
That's my. I'm sorry. I'm not asking a question. I'm just saying. That's a rhetorical question.
Oh, Stephen, did you have something?
No, it's you. It's on you, bud.
Oh, okay. No, I saw you pop up. So I got a question, Dr. Ehrman. Setting aside authorship, because I know we talked about that last time. Now, all our references.
Let me guess. Jonathan thinks that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote the Gospels. Of course he does. Oh my God. I'll check. I'll see if he has that debate available, because that will surely be a lot of fun.
Where the Gospels were published. Because remember, the churches did receive the publication. So there was a physical transaction. So when we go to church leadership, or those in a position to oversee the records, the information that's coming in, they all report. And so remember, these are officials overseeing these churches by the apostles, say that Matthew was published in Judea. Now, the question I have for you is, well...
Oh my. Hold on. Check this out. Apparently, this guy debated. Share this tab. The previous debate was Bart Ehrman, who wrote the Gospels, and also debated Tobias Singer here. Is Jesus the prophesied Messiah? And here's the debate with Robin. Oh boy, like this guy cannot stop taking L's from everyone. Oh, I know what the next.
You brought up a really good point earlier, that if this guy had close friends, they should sort of point out, like, this isn't a good argument. You should perhaps stop doing stuff like this because you're embarrassing yourself. And it is actually interesting that nobody does that for him.
Right, yeah. He debated Richard Carrier on MDD 4 years ago. Oh, wow. Oh, looks like we have a new up and comer for the contest of the worst debater ever. We have Junior, we have Nadir, all of the flat earthers. I heard booty call. That was Isa for sure.
Yeah, it was. I do have a question. I wonder what PhD Tony thinks about Junior and Nadir. I don't know if you follow these Muslim debaters. I'm curious what you think about them. You need to look at them. They're wild. Can we show a clip of Junior and Nadir to show PhD Tony? It's so wild.
Yes. Hold on. I'll look for it.
We have to educate PhD Tony. PhD Tony has to know who they are.
I won't spoil it, but I'll get a clip that you will absolutely love. Give me one moment. Let me play this.
Yes, I have Eusebius, I have Jerome, I have Irenaeus. My question for you is, who is your ancient source that says Mark was published in 70 AD, and where and who? I mean, what church did it first go to? How does it end up at the Church of Rome? Paul's letters, he's obviously sending them out, and they're from Paul, and we find those in the churches. We find Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in Rome and all these churches.
Okay, can we just pause here, because this is pissing me the fuck off.
Yes.
Ask your question. Don't ask 5 questions and then go into a summary of the evidence. Right.
Right.
Ask your fucking questions. Let them be answered, and shut up while they're being answered. This guy is just pissing me off with the way he's behaving just now.
Isa, do you remember in which debate of DebateCon Junior made the infamous phone call?
I do. It was with IP.
With IP? Perfect.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the best clip ever.
Who's delivering these texts to the churches? Because
oh, Daryl, which God? Daryl, you will not debate that. You know that you will not debate that, and there's no freaking way that you can prove that.
The churches who received the publication, and those would be the witnesses who received it. So whether they received it in 70 AD or 120, did it go first to Rome, or was it at Ephesus? Where did Mark first show up?
It's so many questions.
The answer is we don't know.
But the churches did.
Yes. Yeah, he's getting the shotgun out. 1 second. Okay. I almost have it. Here we go. Okay, Tony, this is Junior. And this happened during a debate in the BaitCon. So here we go.
To handle such demands from single mothers, whereas the churches are not. So it's quite ironic to me that Michael, sat down last night, last minute, pulling up all this data about women being oppressed, when in fact, you know what? Women are not oppressed. I'm literally going to call my wife right now, and I'm going to show you a real-time example of a good Muslim husband. Hi, baby. How are you?
Just dealing with a teething toddler.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is she crying? Baby, I have one question just real quick because the audience is listening. Have I ever put my hands on you?
Oh, no.
Have I ever beat you?
No.
Okay, I love you so much. Let me finish this debate and I'll call you back. So right there, you can't make.
He called his wife in the middle of a debate to demonstrate that Islam doesn't oppress women. Like, Junior, you're an American, for fuck's sake.
Hey, bitcha, he's Canadian.
Well, yeah, so that. But
You
I mean,
remember when he- oh my god, you have to show the part where he put the monkey and he put the banana and then he put Canadian money on top. Oh boy, this is a
Yeah.
debate. I think see, I think Jonathan's a little too boring to compete with Junior.
well, yeah, but I mean, they both make the same bad arguments, but he didn't call anyone. I mean, that's a plus, I guess.
Hey baby, do I ever put my hands on you? This shows that we don't have any meaning in Islam. And I'm like, I'm sorry. As a person who's debated for Islam, yeah, there is a problem of abuse. Like, that's a fact. I would never make that claim. I would have taken a mea culpa and said, yeah, there are issues. Like, if I were to engage Islam versus Christianity, I wouldn't do that because I just don't see the purpose of it. But if I were to challenge to take that position, I'd be like, look, like all traditions, we've evolved. We don't do these types of things. Our scholars have taken a different approach on this. But in ancient times, yes, these things did occur, and then move from there. Just be honest and own it. Like, that's, people like that. People like when you tell the truth and you're honest, because what happens is people can trust you. But when you're lying and you're like, yeah, everything's good, and it's good because I'm going to show you a good Muslim. Who's the good Muslim? Me. I am.
Yeah.
I'm the good Muslim.
It's an absolute failure to engage with sort of broader reality, the reality of honor killings, which are in fact, more culturally based. Sort of a lot of people in favor of honor killings suggest that there's something in the Quran that supports that. There isn't. But it is a cultural norm that they have internalized that needs to be deconstructed. I think it's very unfair to sort of saddle Islam with that. It's a cultural thing. It's not a religious thing. But to suggest that honor killings don't occur, or that lesser forms of spousal abuse or abuse of women don't occur in the religion just because you don't do it, that's not true at all. Like, anybody can make that argument, right? You can get up and say, well, the Crusades weren't a thing because I don't go around killing innocent Jews and Muslims.
Right.
It's a nonsense argument on every single level, and I think it was rather unfair on his wife to phone her up, not knowing from the outset that somebody else was on the line. So it's infantile and unpersuasive, and just unrelated to the topic at hand. But anyway,
Right. I don't know if you saw, Tony, but in one after show, we had a couple of Muslims trying to convince me, the atheist. And one of the arguments that one of the guys Fettel was his name, he was like, oh, yeah, Islam made improvements in regards to Christianity to women. And I was like, dude, you don't want to talk to me about women's freedom. I come from a place where women are no different than men. Women have exactly the same rights. They can do anything they want. And I was like, dude, you're going to make me show you my Instagram. And I opened my Instagram, and the first thing is my neighbor that is like right there. She's a model, and she was modeling a bikini. And I was like, you see, this is what women do in my country. And I think that's perfect.
And Max, what did I say?
That she was hot.
I said, hey, maybe I should come to Uruguay now. That's what I said.
I've told you many times.
I know.
You're welcome anytime.
But that was totally inappropriate for them. They're like, this is bad. I'm like, why?
Why? I mean, she's a model. She works out there all day, like every day at the gym, and she's a bikini model. Like, great for her. Steel City says, thank you, Max. I needed a laugh. Just found out my mom passed away an hour ago. Been crying since. This had me laughing. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I know it's hard, but yeah, laughter always helps. And just remember her. And I'm glad that you'll get through this. It's fine. And we're here for you. And thank you for letting us know. And it makes me really happy that I can bring a little laughter to.
Yeah, my condolences, Steel City JW. That's terrible. And our best wishes for what they're worth go out to you. And if you need any support, I think you can hit any of us up on panel, certainly, and probably anybody in the chat would be more than willing to do what we can.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Did receive. So they did receive this.
Sorry, Isa, go ahead.
1 second. We're supposed to show. We should show the monkey that Junior did and Nadir. We haven't shown Nadir yet. Nadir is, oh my God, Nadir is like the legendary debater of all time.
The monkey. Do you remember where that happened? Because I don't.
That happened in my debate, Hamas versus Israel.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Text.
I'll pull it up.
We don't know
in
which
just a
churches
second.
received it. We don't know where. We don't know which churches first had it. We don't know about its location. We don't.
But Irenaeus, who is quoting from Mark, you would say in the 2nd century, his church eventually received it. So the question is,
they get put in circulation, but we don't know
by
who
who?
it started. Well,
Can we stop there for a second? Sorry.
Yes.
Irenaeus, the author Irenaeus is actually Irenaeus.
Irenaeus, yeah.
So he's just getting a lot of this shit wrong in ways that I would expect. So I'm not a biblical scholar. I'm not Issa. I'm not a religious scholar. Sorry. But I know who these people are and I can pronounce their names properly. It's interesting to me that this guy doesn't seem to have that strong a grasp on what's going on here.
I would say you definitely have knowledge on Catholicism, and that definitely helps. Like you know that type of framework because you were deeply invested in that. So it's like, yeah, a lot of people probably don't know nearly what you know about it. That's what I would say. I think you're being that.
Well, thank you for that. But, I've done a lot of reading since. I also did some reading recently. I'm not sure. There's a book I can remember, Inventing God. I can recommend, sorry. Or The Invention of God by Roma. It's a good book. It's about the transition from polytheistic Judaism to monotheistic Judaism. It's a good one. I'd recommend it to anybody who's interested in early religion.
There definitely is a shift. Like they definitely had henotheism for sure. Like that definitely existed, and we can't deny that. Like Alan Siegel, there's a lot of scholars who talk about that, and that's actually why like Christians can argue the idea of what do they call it? The multiple with the Trinity, the multiple persons.
Yeah. Trinitarianism, or also you could argue the cult of the saints is a form of polytheism.
You could, sure.
Do you remember the timestamp for the monkey? Because I used to ask an AI, and it says that the monkey gets mentioned at 146. Wait, was it with your debate with David Wood, or was it the other one?
It's AP and I.
Got it.
Yeah, AP and I versus Julian and Junior.
Versus Julian, yeah.
Yeah, that was rough.
Oh my God.
Look, and the funny thing is,
that was so dumb.
In that debate, I brought up facts. I was like, let's look at what, and I was like, this is such a fun debate because I'm like, I can actually engage these points. I'm like, I'm going to engage Hamas as a government. And I'm like, here are the facts of why Hamas is not a good government. And what we heard Junior tell us is it's resistance. I was like, oh, but they said they're a government. So I don't know what government does resistance. Its goal is to govern the people and, make roads, and that's what they claim to do. That's what you run an election. You don't run an election to do resistance. So just saying, false advertising.
Yeah, I think in that case, and I can't claim expertise here, but I think sort of Hamas, sort of stumbled into government by accident, by being sort of the dominant ideological presence that voters were aware of. So it was always going to do well in an election, but was just completely ill-equipped to actually do any governing.
Yes, and the PLO, which was really the ones that were in power, they were infighting. So they were fighting themselves. So if the PLO had united, they would have won. Not by a lot, but they would have beaten Hamas. Hamas was united, and PLO was fragmented. And I think the PLO was a little bit arrogant. They were like, no one's going to vote for this like religious fanatical group. And they won because the PLO was extremely corrupt. They were notoriously corrupt. And Hamas is equally corrupt too. They're violent and corrupt, but the thing was that they were able to get through exactly like that because that was the option, And I think Hamas was actually really smart too when they were running. They used a lot of the money that they had to give out, and they made themselves look good like a mafia. They made themselves look really, really good. Like, we're going to give you food, we're going to help you. And then sort of like, I think how the Iranian, takeover in the 70s, they made themselves really look good. They're like, we're going to help you. We're going to give you food. We're going to give you all this stuff. And then they came into power, and it's like, you got to wear a scarf when you go outside. You got to follow these religious rules. And it's like, I didn't sign up for that. I signed up for like free lunches and stuff.
Yeah. I don't think any, Paul Schober makes a good comment in the chat. Nobody is going to make the claim that Hamas were good guys on any level.
Junior was taking the position that oh boy.
All right, I say no one, and I'm about to be corrected on this. All right.
Junior and Julian both like Hamas.
Yeah, they. Oh boy. Shoot, I forgot. Here.
Demonstration. I just showed
Tommy Robinson and other people. So I went to the Temple Mount, where Jews are, which Jews revere in very holy ways, where they don't actually take any steps because it is too holy for anyone to make steps on there, right? I went on there, I put up my camera. As soon as I put up my camera, people from the Jordanian Waqf, whom Israel authorized to actually have control over the place, came over to me and said, hey, no filming, no filming. Are you Muslim? Are you Muslim? No filming. I was like, what do you mean no filming? There's no such rule, man. I can just film here. Like, no Muslim, only Muslim, only Muslims, only Muslims. Subscribe to only Muslims. So they said only Muslims can film. So we had a big argument, and eventually some security guy from the Jordanian Waqf, who
I can't, like, what the fuck is he doing?
This is debate.
I was chatting with Isa on Discord, and I was losing my mind when this was happening. It's such a stupid.
What the hell is going on?
He brought out a monkey, a plushy monkey, and he's
watch what he tells us what he says about the monkey.
is appointed by Israel as authority over who can and cannot approach the Golden Dome and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, forced me to go away and to dismantle my camera and to walk away. So Junior here says that Israel can do whatever they want. They threaten the world. However, what Israel actually does is, despite their own Jewish population so badly wanting to be on the Temple Mount, they give control over the Temple Mount to Jordan, which says only Muslim, only Muslims, only Muslim. If you're not Muslim, go away. If you're not Muslim, go away. How in the world does it even make sense, man? With what logic does that even make sense? I swear. I don't want to insult you, but this is just so ridiculously stupid, you know? This is not a serious conversation.
And then the
Don't forget the Canadian money. The Canadian money is there.
that we are getting that kind of money here, and it just looks like I don't know, like game money.
It looks like play money. It looks like Monopoly money.
It's wild.
We've had
This
sort
is
of polymerized currency for ages. It's good. It's very difficult to counterfeit, so it's very secure.
Yeah. But it still looks a little bit weird.
If you guys, well, why don't we jump into the Q&A? This has been an interesting conversation, to say the least. Got a couple of
any arguments after the Q&A.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry about that.
What were you looking for when he said about the monkey? Because I don't remember. I did ask the AI and said, oh no, he just says something.
He talks about Benjamin Netanyahu. That's the point. It's like when he mentions Bibi Netanyahu, and he said, I'm not sure if it's in the Q&A or it's in the closing. It could be in the closing where he's like, he's getting $7,000.
Yeah. The 7,000.
Yes.
Well, if anyone knows where we can apply to get that money, let us know. Because
he said $7,000, and then not only does he say that, he says, how do I put this nicely? That banana is Benjamin Netanyahu's genitalia.
Yes.
And AP is the monkey, and the banana, the genitalia is going, Benjamin Netanyahu's genitalia is going into AP's mouth.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what? And Julian, during the debate, does a Sieg Heil. He does the Roman salute. He's like, can I do a Roman salute? And he does a Sieg Heil. It's a crazy debate. I was like, not quite. We don't do Sieg Heil, you know?
Yeah.
But, oh, wow.
Let me see if I can find a good clip of
Nadir.
Of Nadir, yeah.
But that was the point, like, PhD Tony, that's the kind of level of debating. Could you imagine if you're on the debate stage and the flat earther is like, you know, they bring up like a monkey and they're like, this is Fauci or something, and Fauci.
This is NASA.
This is NASA's phallus going into your mouth. You know, this is you and this is NASA. Exactly.
It does sound, Nathan Thompson has done stuff like that with sort of the sponge. He's got a SpongeBob SquarePants doll that he likes to hit with a hammer, which is, you know, a rip-off of Kent Hovind's Whack a Knife thing. But he does that during debates. So he'll get toys and sort of play around with them during debates as though they do something. So it's not completely out of left field, but man, that is so.
It is. All right.
Look,
we're almost done.
He would circulate it among his friends or among people who might be interested in it. And if he wanted copies, they'd have copies made. And if other people wanted copies would be made. And so it would circulate. But if you have the later copies, like, I mean, for Mark, for example, we don't have a full copy of Mark until about the year 375. So at least 300 years after it was written. But based on that copy, you don't know where it originated.
Correct. But the churches themselves, if they received it, so if the bishop, Clement of Rome, if he got a text from Paul, obviously he's a witness to that transaction. So at one point, the texts have to show up. And the question for you is, what's your mechanism for the circulate? They can't just show up out of nowhere. Someone has to.
As I said, then people make copies. And then if
who are the people? Who?
Scribes. Like, I mean, how do you circulate stuff in the ancient world? You have a papyrus, like a scroll or something like that. You copy it by hand and you give it to someone else. Simple as that. Or you borrow it and you make the copy for yourself and then you return it. Why is this such a big problem?
So in early Christianity, giving copies of religious texts was actually an important gift. If you were sending people out, on sort of evangelism missions, you'd give them texts to take to their target, and you'd often sort of copy texts that you had in your scriptorium and gift them to other sort of monasteries or whatever. Though we're a long way from monasticism, in the 2nd century, or even the 4th. Really, and sort of the stylites had only just really become a thing. The sort of copy wealthy patrons paying, the point you were making, this is an expensive and time-consuming process, and really only wealthy people can afford to do it. And so wealthy patrons would have these copies made as a gift, as a donation to their chosen.
Mm-hmm. Tim Davidson for $5 says people that use ChatGPT should be called third-party thinkers. I love that. I like to call them clanker lovers, but that's just me.
Who are the people that got into the Church of Rome?
Well, we don't. Clement never quotes the Book of Mark, Clement of Rome. So I don't know if he had the Book of Mark or not.
No, but he did get the letters of Paul, so that was a physical transaction. And in Paul's churches, they did receive Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So
what makes you think that?
Well, they're quoting from it.
Paul never quotes Matthew, Mark, Luke.
No. I'm talking the churches of Paul. So Rome, obviously, after Paul died.
By the mid 2nd century or so, people do have access to the Gospels in various parts of the Roman Empire. That's right.
So after 70 AD, the apostles are gone, the disciples, the followers. Who is organizing? Pisistratus distributed the Homeric text throughout. Who is your Pisistratus to orchestrate this after all the apostles are dead?
This will have to be your last question here, Jonathan. Then Dr. Ehrman can answer it.
We don't know.
Well, so my question is to you: if we have all these churches who did receive the publication at some point in time, where is the rebuttal testimony coming? Why are we doubting their testimony if we can't provide an alternative hypothesis to say, hey, so-and-so and so-and-so distributed out?
The distribution of the text is completely irrelevant to the claim of whether the resurrection happened or not, Jonathan. You're just desperate to make an argument and failing every turn.
Now, if Rome is a witness to that text and they have it in their congregation and they're reading it to the people, it had to show up at one time. And if they're saying that Peter authorized Mark's version to go in there, and
we don't know that the Romans are saying that early on.
Well, no. What we have is their ambassadors, their bishops who oversee the records in these churches.
I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have any record of bishops in Rome overseeing records.
Okay, so we're gonna have to.
And if they did, I don't know why that would demonstrate the resurrection.
No.
The distribution of a book has no bearing on the truth claims of a book.
Correct.
There are millions of copies of Mein Kampf in circulation. The fact they're in circulation doesn't say anything about the truth claims in the book. Okay. So if you've got the Gospels circulating through the Roman Empire, that has no bearing on the truth claims of the Gospels.
No, correct. And the point that I was...
I gave us extra on that. I promise I gave us extra on that one. So we're going to have to let Dr. Ehrman ask the questions now. I'm trying to be conscientious.
Inquisitive Infield says, don't put your eggplant into a toaster. That is great advice. And Tim Davidson for $5 says, breaking news! Newly unearthed Tyrannosaurus skeleton found clutching Bible. Neither side is happy about this new information.
Yes, that's that would certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Oh boy, yeah. All right, this is the final section, and then we'll do final thoughts and wrap it up for tonight.
Just of everybody's time. And this is the last 10 minutes, folks. So any last minute questions coming in, you got 10 minutes to turn them in. All right. And then we're going to your questions for the panelists. Dr. Ehrman, I will start the time. You got 10 minutes to cross-examine Jonathan.
Okay. I don't know that I'll need 10 minutes, but I'm still a little bit puzzled, Jonathan, because it sounds like your entire argument that Jesus was raised from the dead is the fact that we don't have any Roman authors in the first 100 years or so trying to disprove it. Is that correct?
Well, no, what I established for my case is several things. First, there was this knowledge that they understood how to falsify this. We know that the Roman Empire, Herod's, they knew how to expose conspiracies out of these groups. They knew how to investigate them.
The assumption of the conspiracy is it doesn't have to be. Maybe they never addressed it because it was such a stupid and trivial claim that it wasn't even worth investigating. It's like, oh yeah, we believe this guy raised from the dead, and they were like, yeah. Go ahead, believe that and do whatever you want. Who cares?
To some extent, this is I don't even know the formal name for it, but it's a historiographical error. It treats the Jews and the Romans as knowing that Christianity was going to become as widespread as it did, and therefore they should have understood that if they wanted to oppose it, they should have opposed it early on. But the Romans and the Jews didn't know that, because there were lots of other religions around that were just as persuasive as Christianity. There was no reason to think that Christianity was special in any particular way at this point in history. So they put no more effort into combating it than they did any other religion. And eventually, bit by bit, it did increase in popularity, and it did get some pushback. In particular, the refusal of Christians to adhere to the imperial cult, which was not universal. We do know of senior officials in the Roman Empire who, and in order to be a senior official, you did have to swear loyalty to the imperial cult. So we know that not all Christians did refuse. So it's, but over time it became more and more of a threat until it became useful. Constantine adopted Christianity because he thought it would be politically and administratively useful to him. And in order to make it more politically and administratively useful to him, he insisted that they sort out a bunch of their theological shit. Agree on what books were in the Bible and what weren't, agree on, a bunch of fine theological points. So the mistake here, they're saying, look, if these opponents of Christianity really wanted to stop Christianity, they should have done so early. No, they didn't know how history was going to unfold, so they didn't know how to respond. It's somebody looking back at history and saying, well, if they'd wanted to oppose it, they should have done it this way. That's not valid historiography.
Rob says, you established nothing, Jonathan, and he is a Christian. And then we have L-Oz, OLZ is not the way. Atheism is like a bad 80s sci-fi movie. Oh, isn't that adorable?
They suppressed a number of uprisings like these groups. And so what I'm talking about is we have a lot of information. It's not like we have very limited information. We have all these different philosophers and educated looking into the question, and they can't explain it. It does raise a level of curiosity. It's kind of strange that you would think.
Oh my fucking cat. Jonathan, how do you jump from curiosity to the resurrection is a historical fact? You can't. You can't make that jump.
That they knew how to falsify these things. And with Jesus, they are stumped.
Okay.
So
no, your view that they're stumped is the fact. I mean, I think you just, in a more elongated sense, said what I said, that your evidence that Jesus was raised from the dead is the fact that you don't have Roman authors trying to refute it.
No, we have all these people that are trying to refute it and they can't.
Oh,
so
which of these people are trying to refute it? Herod, for example. Where does Herod try to refute it?
Well, no, he doesn't. So how
about Pilate? Where does Pilate try to refute it?
Well, he would have to look into the events.
How about Plutarch? Where does Plutarch try to refute it?
Well, Plutarch doesn't. He brings up a number.
You said these people wanted to refute it, and I'm asking what your evidence is that they wanted to refute it, because they don't mention it.
Well, Paul, he goes before Agrippa and gives him an opportunity in his official capacity to falsify the narrative.
You're taking the book of Acts as a historically reliable account of what happened with Paul before Agrippa.
Julian the emperor took it as a historical account.
When did Julian the emperor live?
He lived in he served from 361 to 363, but he would be in a better position.
What was his source of information about early Christianity?
He had lots of information. I mean, he went to the schools of Athens. He had obviously.
What's the sources of information about Christianity?
Well, he was a Roman emperor, so he had Roman records. Wouldn't he have?
Julian was raised as a Christian.
Correct.
And he learned about Christianity from the Christian church. He got his information from the Bible.
Correct. But he was also well studied in the education.
Are you saying that Julian the apostate believed in the resurrection of Jesus?
No, he didn't. He wrote against the Galileans, but he had access. Well, it's similar.
What's your point then?
It's similar to Maximinus.
Like, he can't get his story straight. He keeps like fumbling back between, oh yeah, this, and no, I didn't say that, and no, this is. Rob says, I actually get atheism, by the way. It's a logical direction to take, and I certainly don't hold the view that religion is needed to be a good person. That's ridiculous. That is, I mean, I have no problem with this. Like, if you get comfort, or if you get any kind of, even if it's minimal, value out of being religious, then I'm glad for you. But this is what's great, is that I never needed religion to learn to be a good person. My mom told me that stealing is bad, not because of the fear of jail, not because of the fear of God, because you are basically taking, when you steal from someone, that person invested time of their life to work and purchase that. When you steal something from someone, you're not just stealing the item, you're literally taking time out of their lives for you. So, and you don't need religion or anything to tell you that that's wrong, right? If you forcefully take time out of someone's lives for you, and that's it. Like, yeah, but I agree, and that's why we've agreed so much on that stuff tonight, Rob. I think that is the way that we like people to profess a religion. It's like, yeah, the fact that you are religious doesn't preclude me from being a good person while not being religious. I never needed guidance to tell me that killing people is bad. That kind of came very intuitively.
It does seem like a reasonably elementary conclusion to come to. But yeah, I think, moral codes and moral precepts are the most important thing. I think, behave well to one another, treat one another with respect and dignity where possible. Try and minimize conflict and maximize well-being. But yeah.
And, I figured out one way you can actually justify the principle of no harm based on something as something that would be considered bad at first sight, like egoism. You can justify not harming others based on the egotistic principle that you don't want to be harmed yourself. And you can.
Well, yeah, precisely so. So this is sort of the central theme explored in Dawkins' book, The Selfish Gene, is that from a game theoretical sense, even though genetics is all about being selfish, altruism and empathy are actually pro-survival traits. They actually work even when you're being greedy, even when you're being selfish. They're still advantageous attributes. Not universally. For instance, if you're in a society that is full of altruistic people, then somebody who's a violent dick has a huge evolutionary advantage. This is why there's no shortage of either altruistic people or people who are violent dicks. Evolution sort of makes sure that we've got a balance between the two extremes.
Yep.
Indeed.
I don't understand what this has to do with the resurrection.
Well, they would have had access to sources of it. They're in a better position to inspect the information than we are today.
What sources do you think they had that we don't have?
Well, Maximinus would have had access to the records in Caesarea. He controlled the eastern part of the empire. And
Okay,
if there was information, positive or negative to Christianity, there would have been a report. He had access to the official records in Caesarea.
Okay.
And so we see by his actions that he produces a forged report. Why would the Roman emperor need to do that if he could just produce something that showed he had historians that could have looked into the matter?
We don't, Jonathan, we don't have historians who are looking into the matter. What are they going to look into? They can't. How are they going to disverify a report from 300 years earlier about a tomb being empty? How are they going to go to the site and look to see if there's an empty tomb someplace?
No, but they would have information on the events.
And whose information?
Well, Pilate would have had information, and that the point of the quote from Cicero.
Jonathan, how many people do you think Pilate crucified?
Thousands.
And you think he had records about where each one was buried?
Well, in the aftermath of the disciples coming together and to promote their narrative, if the story or if the accounts in the Gospels hold up, that everyone was out there, they had guards over there. He's obviously, if Pilate understood that there's Samaritans going up to look for sacred artifacts of Moses, he would also have information on Judea. The Roman Empire had spies all over the place. And Dr. Ehrman, you understand that they had information coming to them. This is why Herod.
I'll tell you, I don't think that's true. No, I don't think that's true. Pilate did not have information about Christians. He's probably never even heard of the Christians. There's no evidence that he did.
Yeah, because the Christians became like a thing much, much later. They were just, followers of this particular guy, but they didn't really have a name yet. They were still Jews.
So in the province,
you're imagining that Christianity is this big uprising, and he's got to squelch it. And
even if it was 500 people, he would have to look into the matter and squash it. I mean,
no, he wouldn't.
People.
No, it wasn't that big of a deal. They weren't threatening like the power. And the reason why Jesus got executed is because he was going around claiming that he was the king of the Jews. They gave him a crown of thorns specifically because of that.
The idea that because they're a reasonably numerous movement, therefore they automatically qualify as a threat to Roman rule, that doesn't follow. That's not a valid syllogism. You can have a large football club. That doesn't make it a threat to local government.
Right? Yeah.
In the Bacchus conspiracy, there was only 7,000 people. How many Galilean worshipers did he kill? Anything that looked and smelled like an uprising. And
it's weird that we don't have any record of it. We have records of Pilate's reign from Josephus, who doesn't say anything about it.
Well, what we do have two reports from Justin and Tertullian.
They are Christian authors living. Justin's from the year 150, living in Rome.
They could have been disputed.
So, Jonathan, I don't know if you've read these Pilate materials yourself, but
I am not sure he's read anything.
Forged. The Gospel of Nicodemus. I
Okay.
contend that they're forged.
They're
But
forged. Okay,
Pilate-
but you're basing your argument on forged documents.
No, the actions of Maximinus in 311 AD definitely suggest that there were actual documents. Why is he putting out a forged copy? He's obviously trying to respond to the Christians' request to release the records. And what does he do? Why does he put, if there wasn't actual imperial records that existed?
Oh, because you know what his thing, he wrote, I mean, he had this actual Pilate put in circulation in order to help persecute the Christians, right? And he had to forge it because he wanted it to say what he wanted it to say from Pilate's point of view. And that may be why the Christian acts of the Pilates were later forged in order to counter those, to say these are the actual acts of Pilate.
So
Maximin would not have been supporting the resurrection.
No, he wouldn't have. But if the original records, at Caesarea had information that was negative to Christianity, if there was something like, we looked in the records and there's nothing there, well, he wouldn't have had to produce a forged one.
I have to say it's been creeping me out that this dude is sitting like that on the chair. Like, why? Sorry.
There's nothing there.
It is
So
weird.
why produce a
It is weird. Like, dude, you have a very comfy chair. Like, use it properly.
How's that evidence? If there's
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Ehrman brings up we all know that forged documents are proof of true things. That's actually truer than you think, in the sense that even if a historical document is forged, it tells us something about what the people constructing the forgery wanted to be true. It tells us something about what they thought people would find plausible. Even forgeries do tell us things about oftentimes, for instance, they'll copy the witness lists of a document from an actual document. So it gives you a very specific insight into the authors of the document. Just my historical speciality is actually medieval England, and even forged diplomas from kings really do tell us something about what the forgers thought.
There's nothing there. What's the evidence?
Well,
I just don't get it.
Well, why would you have to? The thing is,
he didn't have to forge something that was already written by Pilate. He's circulating something that is a forgery to show what Pilate really knew about Jesus, and it's condemning of Christianity. It's in order to condemn Christianity. It's not to counter some kind of record in Caesarea from Pilate. There's no such thing. Origen lived in Caesarea, and in the 230s or so, he was intimately familiar with the Christian records in Caesarea. He says nothing about this.
No, but we do have two earlier reports from Tertullian, who was familiar with Roman records.
Was he?
He's sighing. He wants this to be over so bad.
What makes you think that Tertullian knew Roman records?
Well, part of my opening is, since you did have
what access did he have to Roman records, Tertullian?
Well,
where does he talk about that?
Well, he talks about the Acts of Pilate. He talks about the census records.
Where does he talk about having access? Where did he get his access? Did he travel to Rome?
Well, there's Justin was in Rome. His father was a centurion, Tertullian. Eusebius does say he was well educated in Roman laws. These are well educated men of the ancient world. Just like today, they had access.
You can't make the claim, you can't make the jump from someone being educated generally to, he had access to this specific record. You need to show that. Because I am educated, but I don't have, for example, access to historical records from the US. It doesn't follow.
Yeah, he's made this claim. He made a claim earlier about how people back in 310 BCE, sorry, 310 CE, would have a better understanding of the historical sources relevant to the 1st century CE than we do today. That doesn't follow. In fact, we don't know that they had access to sources that we don't have access to. They certainly don't have access. They certainly didn't have access to graphological techniques, the study of handwriting, the study of parchments, the recovery of materials from parchments that have been overwritten. They had none of the stuff that we have now. So the claim that because they were closer in time, they must understand it better, that's an obvious fallacy. If we look back to the 18th century, they knew less about biblical scholarship than we do now. Just being closer in time is no guarantee that you understand things better. It's a fact. He just doesn't seem to internalize that he's just making shit up. Like, I don't know. It's frustrating.
The way says Bart Ehrman's conversion story is emotional, not primarily intellectual. You're talking out of your ass, because it's not. The dude is a Bible scholar, and the more you study the Bible, the more flaws you find there.
In fact, I've read Bart Ehrman's deconversion story, and I disagree with your characterization of it. I've read his book Misquoting Jesus, and I don't think you've got that right.
There was stuff posted on the forum.
They may have been well educated. Neither one of them says anything about what you're talking about. So I don't know how much you've read Justin or Tertullian. Tertullian especially is very lengthy. He's got oh my God, a lot of writing. Justin, we just have 3 writings from, and they don't talk about these records. They do mention the Acts of Pilate. Almost every scholar who's an expert on Justin and Tertullian thinks that, in fact, they're basing this on rumors. They don't have something that Pilate actually wrote. We don't have any indication that Pilate wrote anything about Jesus. Sorry. Okay. I'm done.
Okay.
My question is, can we go to listeners' questions?
Yeah.
Oh my! I went to basically the equivalent of Amazon for us, and Bart Ehrman's books are prohibitively expensive. Like, absolutely expensive. There's one here that cost 17,000 pesos, which, let me do the math here. Calcus 1760 divided by 39. That's $437. Oh my God.
Wow, that's insane.
Yes. The cheapest one is 2,000 pesos, but it's not available here. You purchase it from here, and then they ship it from the US. It's like, yeah, dude, I could do that myself. I have an iPad, but I actually prefer books for some reason. It's the one thing that that and vinyl records. I don't know. I kind of just like the book.
Yeah, I like physical books as well. But that's weird, because you can get a copy of Misquoting Jesus in Australia for about $20.
Let me see.
Yeah, I believe I purchased that book actually. I got Bart Ehrman's books, and I got Richard Carey. At some point in life, I was really interested in that stuff, so I had purchased their books.
Nope. Misquoting Jesus. No. Oh my God! Here I found like the search in this is atrocious. It's giving me a result for the yoga of Jesus, and it's like Jesus sitting in like a yoga pose. This is insane. All right, we are done with this. Jonathan, you will be featured more in this, because if this is any indication of how you debate, the other debates that I was seeing in your own way on your own YouTube page, Jonathan, we have a new contender for the worst debater of 2026. So we'll probably review some other one in the future.
Yeah,
all right,
that was terrible, and I really think that they're missing the point, because I don't think it's the case that you can objectively prove the elements of Christianity, and I just don't think that this is a worthwhile argument to make, because it makes you seem dishonest when you are misrepresenting science and scientific methodologies and historiographical methodologies in order to advance your religion. All that does is convince people that you're willing to lie on behalf of your religion. And I really don't think you should do that.
I agree. Anything else for final thoughts, Tony?
Not really. It's sort of I do feel like an imposter, because I'm here next to an expert in religious studies, and your good self, but that was really bad from Jonathan.
Yeah, well, I mean, Isa is the one. I'm like kind of like you. I was never a Christian, but I have it's a debate topic that really interests me. And but yeah, Tony, thank you so much for that compliment. That made me that boosted my ego for tonight. And we got some very nice messages from Magos New York that thanked us for covering, because he can't force himself to finish the Bible, and we cheered up Steel City's day to day. So overall, it's been a fantastic stream. Isa, final thoughts.
You have to show a clip from Nadir before we leave. So
we'll do that we'll do that. So I'll send Tony the link of the last review did from Nadir. But yeah,
Nadir versus the Ward and I. Oh my boy, that was just it was about slavery. Nadir was trying to defend. Oh my gosh, he was just completely undermining. But you have to see the debate on slavery. It was on another level. Final thoughts are: thank you for coming, PhD Tony. We love when you come to the panel. We like other voices here too, and you definitely are a valid voice, and you're a part of our family here. So please come more. Please come to the stage. Yeah, my hermano Max, we always have a great time here. This debate was interesting. I think what I gained from it is what people who have faith, who want to try to make faith science, there's sort of a certain strategy that you kind of see all the time. And I feel that Jonathan implemented that strategy. Was he successful? I think if you take his perspective, he was. But if you're an outsider, not so much. It seemed like Bart Ehrman really knew what he was doing. Bart Ehrman is I was actually quite impressed. I didn't think he was such a good debater, and most academics are not really good at doing this. It's kind of hard because you're not really in spaces like, yeah, you do have challenges in the literature, but it's different when you're battling. So you're not usually with a bunch of people who kind of are more on the same wavelength. It's a lot different when you have like a complete opposition and you have to verbally engage that. It's a different kind of strategy. Public speaking, there's a lot of different kind of techniques that you need to know how to do with debates. So Bart Ehrman really impressed me as an academic, being able to come in and really act like a lawyer. And he asked really pointed questions. And he was like, look, you take this position. Okay, can you prove this point? Can you prove this evidentiary point? And really, the gentleman Jonathan could not do any of it. He was not able to really be equipped for any type of pressure on his position. And I think the most jarring part for Jonathan was like when he asked him, he's like, is there any kind of evidence you can provide for resurrection? You know, he was just like, well, it's the gospel. And I'm like, if we take your position, Jonathan, then every religion is legitimate.
Right?
So, yeah, it's just.
I mean, I could write with a marker here on this copybook, God doesn't exist, and you would have to accept it because it says it here.
So it didn't come off too well, and it was kind of tragic. I would like to see a debate where there's greater kind of technique, but it's hard. It's very hard to have this kind of debate between an atheist and a theist. It's just.
It is.
It lands in you're one person's arguing from supernatural ideas, the other person is arguing for some supernatural, so things that are just the standard reality, and how does that work? And I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, no, I read that one. Ehrman is an atheist who admits the resurrection belief exploded immediately. No, he didn't. He debunks this silly claim in this debate. Like right before you came in, a few minutes, or like before you came on, he said that he has a book on the growth of Christianity, and at the beginning they weren't that many. Exploded immediately after the crucifixion, which is exactly what's hardest to explain without the resurrection actually happening. No, Dumbo, no. Go check any of the religions of Deep Africa, and those also exploded, and you would reject them all. You would reject the religion of the Incas, the religion of the Mayans that had cities with like many hundreds of thousands of people. This is just foolish. Then he said to Tony, name them specifically. Osiris, he rules the underworld as a corpse. That's not resurrection. Dionysus, Adonis, no one bodily resurrected. You're wrong on all of those accounts. You're just wrong. And then scholars like Jonathan Z. Smith and T.N. Mettinger have largely dismantled the dying. No, they didn't. The dying and rising gods parallel. The similarities evaporate under scrutiny. No, they don't. You're just, you're like IP. He finds some biased scholar that said a thing and he completely latches onto it. You need to get out more. You need to like actually read the myths, and the similarities are everywhere. Storytelling has been something that humans have done, and the archetypes of stories that we tell have like pretty much literally run out, and we just recycle stories over and over, and we retell them, we adapt them, and we add a little thing of this, a little thing of that. Like you're completely wrong on all of those accounts. Before my final thoughts will be reading just a handful of messages that were left on the original video. Apostolic Sumer said, as a Christian, credit where it's due, Dr. Ehrman is the standard in this field for a reason. He knows his stuff and is a formidable debater. Mark Lewis said, compare Dr. Ehrman's credentials to Sheffield's. How on earth these two get paired up for a debate at all, much less multiple times? It was like watching an infant get kicked around. And then RKK12128 said, there's a serious Dunning-Kruger effect going on here. My God, people need to stop trying to debate Ehrman. And with that, thank you, everyone. This was a fantastic stream. Isa, Tony, and everyone over there in the chat. Before we go, make sure to do the social thingies, like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and you'll subscribe to Yerba Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. Love you all. We'll see you when we see you. Take care. Have a great day. Bye-bye.